Welcome, everybody, to One Shot in Paradise. I almost said Advantage in Paradise, our Monday night show.
Yeah, you did. I was about to be like, nope, wrong one.
Welcome, everybody, to another One Shot in Paradise, this time with our second lovely guest DM, Josh Simons. We're so excited to have him here for this Wintery adventure. This is also the inaugural session that is in our homebrew world we play in of Aradun on the continent Gwenvaliers. We're very excited to get some new canon and new characters that will exist in our world. Before I shoot things over to Josh for the evening and sit back and get to play and relax and not manage the whole show, I would like to shout out our partners, our stream partners. So first of our partners is our premier partner, Arcane Spectacles, creators of beautiful spell trackers and other TTRPG accessories. Mugs are their latest addition. Yep, Scarlet, or Shannon, is holding up her sneak attack dice vault, and we have plenty of other. I have a spell tracker. It's beyond a bunch of cups, but they have a wonderful products. They've got a lot of new stuff coming out. Some of it featuring Paradise themed aesthetics. But if you do shop over at Arcane Spectacles, make sure that you use the Paradice code, Paradice. It is a pun. We liked it and we kept it. For 10% off of your order in their Etsy shop. Our next stream partners are Talon and Claw, creators of gorgeous wooden TTRPG accessories like DM screens, dice vaults, dice. Us at Paradise, almost all of us, I think, have the nice big D20s. We like to say that our natural 20s are brought to you by Talon and Claw. Similarly, over there, you can use the Paradise code for 10% off your order. Our next stream partner is the Underground Oracle Publishing, creators of incredible D&D 5e supplements. Sign up for their Patreon and join their Discord. We have used some of their fun homebrew stuff in our previous games. We like to use more of it in the future, and you should too. And then finally, we have our official character artist for Paradise RPG, Eddie York. You can check him out. He's made all of the original character art for our main show on Paradise. Check him out on Twitter, Instagram, and Patreon. He offers some really cool giveaways on Patreon for art. We have 2 more one-shots before we return to our regular programming this month. We've got next week the inaugural live Shannon DMing for adults for the first time and not children. Very excited, very demanded by the community. It should be very fun. It is going to be a satirical approach to Magic School Bus in a D&D
The
world.
arcane scholar carriage, if you will.
The arcane scholar carriage. I'm very excited to see what she has in store for us. I am playing the lizard. After that, on the Saturday following that, which is February 13th, we have Duval coming and DMing for us, which is going to be a really fun one-shot. We've got some excellent guests, and our very own Stefan will be playing in that game, and one other Paradise person. We have not confirmed 100% who it is, but it might be Clayton. But we'll see. Keep an eye out on socials for tags on who's going to be playing with us and all those other great things. And then, of course, February 15th, we will be restarting our main show, Advantage in Paradise, on Mondays for our Season 2. Keep an eye out for other YouTube videos that we're going to be dropping to help catch people up so they don't have to, if they choose to, they don't have to watch Season 1 to jump right in with us 2 weeks from now. I think that's everything, Shannon. I get through everything. You do this every week, and I'm out of breath.
You did amazing. I was just about to message you and be like, you did it!
All right. Well, without further ado, I will turn the mantle over to our guest DM, Josh.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm very excited to bring you a completely canon one-shot here in the world. Just a little bit of setting information, and then we'll go around and we'll do some introductions. our game today takes place in the cold northern reaches of Sivia, up on the border near the Scaldlands. And it is during a time of the year called the Long Dark, a period in winter when, based on the rotation of planets, the sun is actually eclipsed for several months, leading to a long, dark period where things are cold. And while it might seem bleak at first, I think you'll find that our heroes today are a shining light in that darkness. It's going to be cold. It's going to be snowy. And we're going to start in the kind of religious hub of this area, Fursala. Now, before we get much further, let's go ahead and go around and do some character introductions and some player introductions. I'm going to start with you, Drac. Who are you? What are you doing? And then who are you playing? And tell us a little bit about them.
Okay. Hi, I'm Draconics, or Drac for short. I use he, him pronouns. You can find me all over the place, streaming all over the place. Probably the best place to actually find out when I'm doing everything, because I barely know, is probably my Twitter account. I'll probably tweet it at some point or retweet it. Today I'm playing Leopold, but his friends call him Leo. He also uses he, him pronouns. He's a turtle, a wizard. He's a blade singing fighter, essentially. So he's slow, but not slow when he needs to be. He definitely looks his age. He's very old. Probably even he has a walking stick to keep him upright, because without it, it seems like just a gentle breeze would probably knock him over. He's definitely draped in like he's fairly plain. He doesn't like standing out too much, but a fairly plain robe with the hump of his tortoise shell behind him. Probably, and he has like a lot of little like things dangling off the hem of his robe. They're probably just like souvenirs and keepsakes from his years of adventuring. He's a very soft-spoken and slow-spoken turtle.
Wonderful. Let's go to you, Shannon. Some of us know who you are, but still plug whatever you want to, and then tell us about your character today.
Yes. So, hi everybody. My name is Shannon, and this is my nerd home here at Paradice RPG. I will be playing a brawler fighter this evening, and her name is Aluniel, and she looks a little bit like this. I made her a while ago. Well, I should probably get my finger off of her head. But she has kind of reddish skin with silvery white hair that's up in a ponytail. She's got just like kind of tattered clothes. She's always ready for a fight, and she is very overprotective of her twin brother, who you will meet in just a moment. And her deepest desire is to open a vineyard and just retire there and live out the rest of her life in a vineyard. But she can't, because she's always taken around that guy, who you will find. I don't think I pointed in the right direction, but you'll know who it is in just a moment. And that's me.
Wonderful. Let's go over to Lex. Tell us who you are, what you got to plug, and then who you're playing.
Howdy, hey, I'm Call Me They. That sounds so bad, but you can also call me Lex. You can find me on Twitter and YouTube under the same name, Call Me They. I make third-party content for D&D 5th edition, and I currently am running a YouTube series called Backstory and Chill to help inspire players and DMs alike with characters and stuff. And also, literally, while I was in this call, I launched a fundraiser to sell this shirt for Black History Month, so have fun with that. And my character is Harm. They are a tiefling sorcerer barbarian. Don't ask questions, they'll make sense later. And they're just out, just to have a good time, see nature. other stuff. I'm nervous if you can't tell.
That's
yeah.
great. We'll have to get a link to that shirt. I might be interested. Awesome. Was there anything else? I don't want to cut you off there.
I'm sure there is, and I'm just forgetting it.
We'll get to it in game. Wonderful. Sean, who are you? Who are you playing?
So this is my nerdy home with Shannon, Paradice RPG. My name is Sean. I DM our typical Monday night show that's on hiatus right now until the date I said earlier tonight.
February 15th.
Thank you. And you can generally find me across the internet following Shannon around, reposting D&D stuff and loving the nerd life. You can find me on social media, Odo_Sean, on whatever social medias I'm on. That's the name. So same. Tonight, like Shannon hinted at, I will be playing her character's twin brother, Honorian, or as sometimes she will call him, Nori. And he is what is he? He is an artificer and a sorcerer. He's a sorcerer. And he's primarily an alchemist artificer, but he is also a wild magic sorcerer, which is somewhat the source of some of the problems that he has caused for his sister in the past, and himself. But he is altogether somewhat aloof at times, very interested in the world around him and nature and discovering new things, sometimes to the risk of himself and his sister, unfortunately. And they are up in the biting north looking for adventure.
Wonderful. And I'll be the DM today. My name is Josh. I'm a freelance tabletop game designer and a variety streamer here on Twitch, on my own channel, and I dabble on some other channels too, I suppose. And also, somewhat recently, I'm also the assistant director of ambassadors at Jasper's Game Day, a nonprofit organization using gaming, specifically tabletop gaming, for the cause of suicide prevention. And the folks here at Paradice are one of our ambassadors, so just convenient and fitting that we happen to be in the same place today. So that's a lovely and exciting thing. I'll be playing everyone else. So let's hop into this. Like I said a moment ago, we are in Fursala. So let me describe just the environment slightly, because Fursala is this unique town. It's on top of this rocky precipice. Pulling up the little document that Sean gave me to make sure I don't describe anything wrong. It is at the top of the Tempest's Steps Mountains. And while it's not a large, bustling commercial center, it is known for the religious side of things here. In Gwenvalier, there are 2 Stormlords, and they are both worshipped here. They are the primary deities that many residents of this area of the world worship. And so, in addition to it being a ridiculously cold time of the year, we are in one of the most frigid and cold climates, at the top of a mountain's peak, amidst the snow and ice. It is in fact so cold that it is too cold to snow. For those of you who may not live in Arctic locations, that's actually very possible. That's very possible. And it's a terrifying thought. So, as we find ourselves here, our particular party, this group of adventurers, have all been hired by, well, you would know him by reputation, I suppose, this kind of crotchety old wizard, known for being a little erratic, but very good at what he does. And I think, Leopold, you perhaps have had opportunities to work with him before, having some arcane training of the wizard variety yourself. And so you might be the first to arrive at Aendir Brightfiddle's Wizard Tower, here kind of on the edges of town. Of note, this tower, as it sits on the edge of a cliff overlooking these pine forests below, it seems as though this tower is not a permanent fixture here, but a unique building that moves from place to place. Because when you arrived at this destination, there was no tower here. And then, magically, somehow, it popped into existence. And you saw, stepping out the front door, this gnome in grayish white clothes to match the climate around, with heavy Sivian fur, a particular cloak known for being the best against this chilling winter weather. You see Aendir step out the front door and kind of adjust the spectacles on the bridge of his nose and squint out at you. Leopold, is that you? You are muted.
There we go. Yes, it's me. Is that you? I have seemed to. There's some frost growing on my glasses.
Yes, it is I. Come in. Everyone else will be arriving soon. Come along.
Oh, okay. And here I thought I was late. And he's-
Can just walk. He just kind of shuffles in. He's using a staff as like a walking stick to help him get through, away.
Excellent. And as you are ushered into this common area on the interior of this strange magical tower, you see it's got wood flooring, tapestries hanging from the walls, a burning fireplace across the way, and a number of comfortable chairs arranged in a vague circle for comfortable seating and discussion. Something that Aendir, in spite the fact that he has a reputation for being particular and not the most pleasant company, he insists on hosting dinner parties once a month. It's this strange quirk about him that no one has really been able to figure out yet, but perhaps it's what makes him lovable. And so you'll find your way in and have an opportunity to make yourself comfortable. Sorry.
I hope you don't mind if I take the seat closest by the fire. I am not as young as I used to be, and this cold, it's biting me through the shell.
Oh, yes, it's particularly... it's particularly unpleasant, especially for those of us who are not as used to these cold climates. Yes, have a seat. I'll put on a pot of tea. I have a couple of options. Is there something that you would prefer? I've got a Darjeeling. I've got an oolong. I've got a nice black tea. I've got a good green tea. Anything that strikes your fancy?
That is a lot of options. Can I have oolong?
Yes, a good choice. Give me just a moment and it will be ready.
And you'll be able to make your way to a warm fireside seat as he walks into the other room and begins to prepare a nice pot of tea. A moment goes by before you hear a knock at the door. It's interesting because you're not sure whether or not the tower is currently visible, given the fact that it was not visible when you first arrived. But there's a knock at the door, all the same. Outside, we find Harm. And you've found this strange tower. It appears to be made of stone, but it's this almost ethereal stone. It's darker than you might have expected. It's somehow resisted the effects of snow and ice clinging to every other building in the area. Something is interesting about this building, and that tells you it must belong to the strange wizard that you are seeking today. And so as you knock on the door, shivering perhaps, huddled close to the door for warmth, a moment or two goes by before you hear,
Right, just a minute. I'm putting the tea on.
It is very cold. Please be letting in.
Yes, of course. Nobody.
and a moment goes by before the door opens inward, and you see before you this gnome figure, clad in this white-gray wizard robe with a heavy brown fur cloak over his shoulders. Unlike some wizards who prefer to wear pointy hats, he has very thin, wispy gray hair that stands up on end. You're not sure if that's because he once had a hat on and took it off and has a miserable case of hat head, or if perhaps it's just constantly like this, but it is all the same.
Sorry.
And he will open the door and beckon for you to come.
Yes. You must be Harm. Yes.
If he probably took too long and Harm was about to start picking the lock, and Harm's like on their knees with lockpick at the door. Yes, I am Harm.
You didn't kneel to greet me. That's all right. Come on inside.
Go on in. Harm is not warmly dressed like probably should be, and their clothing, you can't really see much of the clothing because they have just like vines and plants just growing all across their body and armor. So it's just a bunch of, in the cold, probably a bunch of wilted plants right now, but
We're going to need to get you a nice warm coat, otherwise you'll freeze to death in this atmosphere. Anyways, there's tea on the kettle. It's boiling. It's boiling. That's the word. Feel free to have a seat by the fire. Harm, Leopold, feel free to make introductions. I'm sure you're both going to be very familiar after this particular endeavor.
nice to be meeting you. Is Harm?
It's nice to meet you too. My name is Leopold, but I believe we'll be friends after this, so you can call me Leo.
Leo, it's good to meet you. Harm probably has to duck because they're a tiefling with like, rather than like the normal horns, like elk horns, and they're kind of
Yes. Wonderful. And as Aendir kind of shuffles off back into the kitchen one more time, another moment passes, and then there is another knock at the door. I've already described what the exterior of the tower looks like, but Honorian and Baluniel, you are here outside. It's cold. Now, I believe you're a little more familiar with this particular region, perhaps. I seem to recall that, Honorian, you are very familiar with this particular area of the world. You're certainly dressed well, and so the cold isn't quite as biting, perhaps, but you don't want to stand outside for too long. It is miserable, and even if you've got a nice warm cloak, that just makes it less miserable. So when you knock on the door and don't hear an answer right away, you might be slightly concerned. Is there any interaction between the two of you as you're waiting for a response?
Why isn't he opening the door?
But he is a very busy man.
Oh, do we have the right place, yes?
There's no other tower like this. It must be the right place. Noreen
Why
will
are we
start
here?
hammering on the door.
Harm and Leopold, you hear this loud banging on the door. Boof, boof, boof. And you hear Aendir kind of just walking slowly, very casually towards it.
Yes, of course. I could hear you the first time. The tea is almost ready. I don't want it to steep too long. Come along now, and
We'll open the door, and there's this gust of icy wind that enters, and you both see the interior of this tower with wooden floors, tapestries, a warm fire, and very comfortable-looking chairs. What do you do?
I make a beeline for one of those chairs.
Honorian would walk in very slowly. He would be analyzing every single detail, trying to remember every single thing. We didn't mention what our characters look like earlier, but they are elves. They are Gwyn elves, which are a particular culture of elves from the deep south, actually, in a more Mediterranean climate. So while we know a lot about this region because we've been here for a little while, we're from a place called the Bright Shores, so this is not our favorite
This is not the Bright
environment.
Shores.
But
Good. We've got a bunch of Floridians here for an adventure.
and one of them's a wild magic sorcerer.
Yup.
I swear I'm getting cold in real life talking about this so much.
But they have like this kind of slightly darker reddish hue to their skin, very like platinum colored hair with these bright orange red eyes. Honorian has his right arm is entirely a prosthetic arm, made of a kind of like the same kind of magical wood that you'd find in Warforged, and just covered in little pouches and satchels and little roots and little reagents sticking out everywhere. He's got all the reagents for his spells covering his entire body, probably some in his hair, probably some all over the place, as he would immediately kind of rush forward towards Aendir.
Excellent.
Do we have the right place? This is for the endeavor, for the mission.
Yes, certainly. I wouldn't let you in if it was the wrong place. Who do you think I am? Some crotchety old man who just lets anyone in his house? Nonsense.
Of course, I would never presume such a thing.
I'm not going back outside.
Well, come on, sit down. The tea is ready. And give me just a moment.
He'll walk back into this other room and come out a moment later holding a platter with teacups. There are 5, one for each person in the room. Should you like a cup of oolong tea? And we'll offer everyone a cup of tea. And once this has been dispersed, he will take a seat at a chair as well. What was that, Leopold?
Thank you. I am by the fire, but it still seems like the cold is really gotten in.
And like he's shivering, but kind of slowly. Everything about him seems slow, so even his shiver is kind of like just a little rock to side to side as he's just slowly sipping the tea.
So, I'm very glad. I'm very glad that you're all here for this particular endeavor. It's a good word for it. A good word. I have a predicament that requires some assistance, you see. During this time of the year, it is especially dangerous, not just for everyday folk, but for the hunters and the adventurers in these parts. The cold presents an additional challenge. I was recently on a bit of a research field trip, trying to find some herbs for a spell component that I'm working on, and I discovered that there appears to be a rift between our plane and that of the plane of ice. Now, I don't know if you know anything about the plane of ice. I'm going to presume that perhaps you know that it is cold, but not much else. It's not a pleasant place. It is located, well, vaguely, loosely, if we look at some older charts of how the universe is aligned, it is between the planes of air and water. The modern science would tell us that perhaps that particular understanding is slightly outdated. It is the type of place that holds creatures that are, well, they make their homes in places like this particular climate, especially this time of year. So, when I discovered the rift, I was certainly troubled. I was fortunately able to close the rift, but not before a terrifying creature made its way out. Tell me, have any of you ever heard of a frost salamander?
Is this an Arcana check?
You're welcome to make a check if you would like to see if you know about this creature. It's something that you may not necessarily know, but you could give me an Arcana check or a... actually, yeah, I think just an Arcana check.
Ooh, that's a dirty
Sounds
20.
That is a 5 for a total of 4.
Oh no.
Oh no. Arcana. That is a 25.
Nice.
It's 17.
All right, so Harm, you're very familiar with salamanders. They're these cute little, like, lizard-looking creatures. They're adorable. They make phenomenal pets.
Oh, I'd be loving salamanders. I have
You-
many friends.
You're not sure why a salamander is an issue.
They're great company. Always pay back money.
Yes. We're not sponsored yet. Honorian, you are loosely familiar that this is... You really only know about it like as the source of legend. There are these creatures that hunt sources of heat. And so it's kind of like, in a way, especially in this climate, it's told as like a boogeyman type of story to terrify youngsters from wandering out late at night or straying too far from civilization in case, the frost salamanders might get you. But for Aluniel and for Leopold, you're a little more familiar. And I think Leopold in particular, you're very fresh on the fact that this is an elemental creature. In fact, it is a creature that that is quite dangerous for a number of reasons. And over the course of, let's say, the next 5 minutes, you, with some of your recollections and Aendir kind of filling in the gaps, are able to tell you all that frost salamanders are notorious for also burrowing large tunnel systems. And they make very appealing shelters from frigid winters. But if you make camp in their tunnels, you will not wake up in the morning. They will come and devour you in your sleep. But they make these massive tunnels. They're sometimes tamed by frost giants to make underground boats. And most interestingly, they're not terribly clever creatures. You've heard stories of these elemental fire dwarves called Azer, who, when they have opportunity to make their way to the elemental plane of ice, will start massive bonfires to lure out the frost salamanders to attack them, and use their skin and magical properties for weapons and clothing and whatnot. So this is a predator creature, but not an overly intelligent predator creature that you're looking for. And as you and Aluniel and Aender kind of relay this information, there's this momentary pause, this second of silence before Aender continues.
So anyways, what came through isn't that. It's mutated. It's different. I can't tell you exactly how or exactly what, but as it burst through the portal, the rift, rather, I should say, its claws struck a large tree, causing lightning sparks. And when I tried to attack it with fire, as I know that some creatures of this particular nature are perhaps vulnerable to, it seems to laugh it off. It is not a typical frost salamander. It is different, dangerous, and frankly, probably has already caused some small amount of destruction in the forest out here. So, what I require from you, and of course we'll pay you handsomely for, is your assistance to go into Fimble Forest and find this creature, to hunt it, and keep it from causing any more unnecessary danger to the countryside. Now, I could have perhaps employed the assistance of numerous hunters' guilds. The Gwenvaleri Trading Company, for instance, has a great reputation, but this is a bit more uniquely arcane, which is why I have called you together specifically for your unique talents. I would appreciate it if you could get on this post-haste, although I will also provide you with some important resources, should that be required. For example, I will outfit you all with the finest Sivian fur coats, as I can tell that some of you could use a nice warm outer layer. I will also provide you with these basic rods that I have enchanted. They're rods of hand warming. They're not going to do much, but they should make it slightly more bearable out there. It'll keep your hands at a nice and temperate, well, I don't want to say temperature again, because a temperate temperature just makes me sound like I don't know what I'm saying. But I do, I assure you I'm very smart. Anyways, I will also be providing you with one spell scroll, should things get dire. And he will produce from a satchel at his back one rolled up piece of parchment. If it seems as though your task may fail, this will assist you. It is a scroll of banishment. It will allow you to send this creature back to the plane from whence it came. And while I think that may well be a good choice, if you're able to actually defeat it and kill it, perhaps we could learn something about the nature of this mutation and see if we should be concerned for future incursions. I will pay you handsomely. Like I said, it will be 500 gold pieces on the outset and an additional 500 upon successful return with the resources of this creature. If you are not able to slay the creature, but able to make it out with your life, I will pay 250 if you can assure me that it is no longer bothering us here. Is that agreeable to you all?
Yeah,
That's good to me.
Of course.
sounds like an adventure.
Yes, I'm not sure how little tiny salamanders can be so dangerous, but sure.
It's not going to be. You know what? You'll see.
Ander kind of adjusts the location of the spectacles on his nose to stare directly at you, Harm, and goes,
It's a bit larger than that, I'm afraid. It's not your typical salamander.
Like this big?
Oh, my dear.
Keep going.
No.
Keep going.
No, it is.
Are we talking small dog, big dog?
It is a huge creature. It is quite large. It would fill the interior of this chamber.
Oh, that is very large.
It's just, I would not recommend trying to keep it as a pet. As cute as it may be, it will probably kill you or eat you.
I've had more
Maybe-
dangerous pets, let me tell you.
Oh, fascinating. What have you domesticated?
Well, my cart outside has 2 horses. One is for sure a murderer, but we don't talk about it. It's all good.
You've left your horses outside in the cold. Oh, dear goodness.
and he runs out to the door and throws it open and pulls out a staff and a spell book and flips through some pages and frantically casts a spell, and a large building appears around the horse cart.
Well, as I said, one is for sure murderer. It is just their just punishment.
They're horses. They're not murderers. Don't. Anyways.
He'll shut the door and walk back over to you, clearly a little bit flustered and trying to regain his composure.
Do you have any questions? Anything I can answer before you begin on this journey?
Question.
Yeah.
This wizard is a gnome, right?
This is a gnome.
Just making sure, because I've been imagining a gnome the whole time.
It's a little gnome, a little bit crouched over. Like I said, wispy gray hair that's sticking all over the place in wild directions. It is an interesting sight to behold.
Yes, I do have a question about how you said it seemed to laugh off the fire.
Yes. What about it?
Is it entirely immune?
I would not say immune. It was clear that my fireball did something, but it did not look particularly hurt after what I thought was a rather impressive spell.
Oh, yes, I don't doubt that. Well, he kind of pats
His sword, because he's got a flame tongue sword. Just goes.
Oops.
Oh yeah.
So would this be any use at all, or just a regular sword?
Well, it would be a sword that is on fire, and it might take some fire damage, but it would not take the same type of fire damage that you might expect something like a plant would take, right? If you hit a plant with fire, it catches fire. It's very bad for the plant. It would not suffer from that. It would probably be like, just it might get singed. I don't know. You should try it and tell me.
I think I will.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. Very good.
Every single time Aenir said plant, Honorian's eyes just darted over to Harm.
Can confirm. Plants do burn very well.
I do also have another question.
Yes.
Has anyone else seen this Ross salamander and lived to tell?
Well, that is tricky. So, when I first saw the creature emerge from the rift, this would have been 2 days ago now. I saw it come out, and I was rightfully terrified. I teleported myself home immediately because I did not want to die in the frigid cold with all my belongings. And, well, I had to get back to my cat, frankly. And anyways, I don't know. To be perfectly honest, there are some small settlements, little like hunters' lodges and things in the vicinity where it was. It was about due north of here, but whether it has found them or not, I don't know. It is certainly looking. I would imagine if it retains any similar essence to that of a standard frost salamander, they are known for, well, hunting and eating, specifically living things with heat sources. They like to eat hot food. Not like peppers, but like people.
Well, I suppose then we should be making our way soon, in case it has attacked again.
I would recommend it. I would very much recommend it. Yes, very good, very good. The rift is not an issue, mind you, so we don't have to worry about that, but, be wary of caves that seem a little too good to be true. They are. And, stay warm, I guess.
And we'll proceed to offer you the necessary cloaks and rods of hand warming. And who would like to take the scroll of banishment?
I think you should take that, brother.
Straight up don't remember the rules for using scrolls.
If
it's a spell above the level that you know how to cast, you have to make an Arcana check in order to be able to cast it.
And that's a 4th level spell, right?
Yes, so it should be well within range for y'all to know how
Not
to
me.
cast. Oh, well, sure. If anyone was, straight one class, they would be able to cast it.
I think Leopold would probably like.
Is anyone else going to take it, or shall I?
I do not do magic.
I can certainly cast a spell of that level, but if you prefer to have it, it's fine.
Well, I already know this spell. I feel it might be useful in the hands of someone who does not.
But I do not know how to cast the spell, so I think that I will be taking it.
Yeah, and he hands it over.
Wonderful.
Generous
Any
gifts.
last things before we begin into the great unknown? Is there anything you would like to do?
I'm gonna start singing into the unknown.
I mean, I'm a blade singer. Singing is my whole thing.
It's true.
Any last preparations or things before we want to go?
I think I'm good.
I think we're good.
Alrighty. Then, as you leave the tower, you get a brief, curt but not overly friendly farewell from Aeon here.
So I'll remain here for a few days, so please, return here when you are done and have all of the necessary supplies and things from the creature. Like I said, stay warm. Try not to die. If you do, I will not be paying any kind of fees for that, so I would recommend staying alive. Good luck!
And he will shut the door, and the tower will vanish.
I never get used to him doing that.
What an odd dwarf baby.
Very intelligent. Very interesting.
He's a gnome?
Dwarf baby.
Okay.
Go with that for now. I suppose we should make our way out of the city, down the mountains and into the north.
Where it is colder.
It will get cold.
Everybody hop in cart.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
friend.
Excellent.
Just to decide, anyone good at driving carts? For I am not very good at it.
I.
And how do you have
Why?
this?
Why do you
I'm
have
very
this?
careful, go slow.
Well, I suppose that is safe in the snow.
I am not proficient in this.
It's okay, I've done fine.
Let me let me see if I am. Nope, I'm not pushing it.
This will be a bumpy ride.
Give me 10 minutes. And I roll which roll cast Speak with Animal.
Okay. All right. Good.
I go to the horses. Hello there, friends. We're going to be going on another little trip today.
Oh, very good, very good. Where to?
We're going up into mountains to find it is a not small salamander, it's big, apparently dangerous one. So we'll not be making friend, but probably be killing.
Okay. The other horse, the one that you suspect of murderers.
Are you certain of that? It seems like that could be dangerous.
Yes, well, but we know you enjoy the killing, so I figured you'd be down.
I have never killed in my life. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm very certain you have.
No, that is decidedly untrue.
I've more than once caught you red-hooved, and I can't prove it, but you will face justice one day.
That doesn't even make logical sense. Anyways, where are we going?
Such a peculiar relationship.
Yes, I
I
was just
forget
thinking-
if when I cast Speak with Animals, they hear what I'm saying, right? I forget.
Everyone else can hear that you're speaking to the animals.
Gotcha, yeah.
And I feel like it would be entertaining to say that they hear you making a series of neighing and brrr sounds.
Are you sure this is a good idea to use these horses?
This whole idea was your idea to be here. Was it not?
Yes, for us, but not these horses.
Anyway, they're good to go.
Okay. I think I will sit and keep a hand on the reins, just in case.
I think that is
Do
very
you not
wise.
trust me with my own horses?
You said yourself you don't trust yourself with your horses.
I mean, that's true. I'm just asking if
Well, at least you
Well, I
first.
suppose we are going to take your word.
And I hop in the back of the cart.
Same.
Yeah, you should see a lot of random shit in that cart.
What type of stuff is in the cart?
5,000 ball bearings,
Okay.
30 feet of chain, a poison kit. I don't know how to use it. I just got it. There's also a grappling hook. I don't think we'll get any use for it today, but it's there. Some manacles, in case of emergency. And some
Maybe.
frozen holy water.
Maybe this horses are
Frozen.
That is certainly what it seems like.
Certainly seems like a murderer's cart.
Oh, I just like to be prepared for adventures. You meet many dangerous things out there.
Once again, taking your word for it. I sit
just
somewhere.
I'll move a pile of chains and lift a bag of ball bearings and find myself a seat, carefully moving poisons around.
Watch out for the manacles. Watch out for the manacles. They go by the chains.
Yep.
Anyways.
Keep it organized.
Yep. Wonderful. Without too much effort or time, you're easily able to get your horses and carriage out of this little impromptu stable structure that Aendir whisked into existence. And you're able to proceed back through this town, down the mountain, carefully, mind you. It's very, very careful. This is a precarious path. And the fact that no one is too confident in driving a cart, I'm going to say that you're probably not going at full speed. This is one of those scenarios where, you got the grandma going 15 miles an hour in the far left lane, just like, okay, all right, we're going to get down the hill eventually.
Yeah, we're inventing
I mean,
traffic.
Yeah, we invented it. We created traffic. And
That is-
Leopold is the grandma. He's up
That-
front, so he's
That's canon. But eventually, over the course of a couple of hours, you are able to navigate, get your way down towards the base of these mountains. Now, the area that Aendir kind of pointed out on the map for you is probably a day and a half's travel away from here. So, in the interest of getting to the fun and interesting things, I'm just going to have someone give me a survival check to do some navigation through the very thick and heavy forest here. It's going to consist mostly of pine trees with some underbrush, a little bit of wildlife. It's a little bit too cold for most wildlife right now. So whoever would kind of take point on navigating the countryside is able to make a survival check to see how well we're able to do that.
I don't want to be the one to make the survival check, but I will give the help action by using speak with animal and talking to the few that are around. Be like, hey, can we have directions, please?
You find a very amicable winter fox who just points you in the same direction you're already going. But it's very helpful, and you are affirmed that you're going the right way. Whoever's going to make that check can roll at advantage.
I'll roll it.
Go for it.
Leopold is up front, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you for that advantage, because I rolled a nat 1 in one of those. Dirty 20.
Nice.
Well, I'm glad. If you got that one, we would have been going south. It was like, let's go to the beach. Beach episode.
I'm very pleased by how pervasive the term "dirty 20" has become.
Yeah.
It makes life so much easier than unnatural 20.
Yeah.
It's more fun to say too.
It is way
Yeah.
more fun.
Yeah.
I like that or modified 20, but dirty 20 just like rolls right off the tongue. It's very nice. So, Leopold, you're able to kind of keep the horses on the right path. And I am not sure how exactly you intend to, we're going to go this way, or we're going to go that way, or, whatever. But following the basic directions you were given, you're able to navigate the countryside fairly well for someone who's not particularly familiar with it. But perhaps it's just a very good sense of direction. You keep the party on course successfully. If there's any conversation you would like to have over the course of the day and a half or so of travel, I'm happy to let that happen here. Any role playing we want to do before we get to, for lack of a better word, the scene of the crime.
The horse did it.
Right?
Oh no.
The whole time.
It's been polymorphed. It's just been it's gonna pop up one day.
It's a Peter Pettigrew situation.
It's been with me my whole life. I think that on the beginning of the journey, Nori would be kind of sussing out Harm and Leopold. Not really, knowing them. He would just sort of, not in a way that he's like, who are these people? But more like, me and Luna have been here for a while, and we know how kind of dangerous it is. We're not sure how long they've been here. So he would, at some point in the journey, look to them or one of them, just say, is this your first time in the north, or are you from the north?
I am from somewhere a little warmer, but it's good here. I completely forgot for the first part of this. I have cold resistance, so Harm's probably fine.
Nice.
Good to know.
Completely forgot about that. It's comfortable. It's nice.
I have been here for quite a while, so I suppose I am from here. Can't seem to remember much before. I'm old, to say the least.
Very interesting.
You'll not be looking day over like 87.
Oh, you flatter me.
I have heard of longer-lived individuals having some memory losses. So much of the world that you would experience in your many years.
I like to think of it as the ability to have the first time multiple times.
I like that.
This is a good way to look. I suppose if you've been here this long, would know how dangerous it is up here.
Yes, at least from what I remember, I have had a few encounters or two with my old party. I am aware of some of the dangers.
Have you ever seen this thing we are going to fight? To find?
No. I've read books about this frost salamander, but my adventures never took me to the ice plane. And this is the first I've heard of a frost salamander making its way here.
Oh, this will be another one of your fests.
Yes,
You'd see Nori
I
would,
think
would
it'll be quite
go ahead,
fun.
sir. Nori would pick out just some random reagents from his pockets, and you'd just see him start to gnaw on a random root that he has, and kind of positioning himself more comfortably. Yes, the old gnome did talk about the ice plane. She seemed to have some outdated understandings of the planes of existence, but suppose it is not unusual for so many rifts to be open in these parts. The ice plane, I imagine it is a particularly dangerous creature if it made its way here.
And he said the rift was not a problem? I find that very hard to believe.
He's powerful enough to make stables appear out of nowhere. Suppose he could close a rift.
I trust that he's dealt with the rift. He is most likely the most intelligent person I know.
You have
But
worked.
fighting isn't his forte. Hence, us.
So you have worked with him before.
Yes, a few times. I've also been invited to a few of his dinner parties.
Dinner parties. That crotchety old man?
Oh, he knows how to party.
I guess I will have
Now
to
I
take
am
your
more
word.
interested.
Leopold kind of just chuckles into himself, like kind of he's still like at the reins, so he just looks off in the distance and like he's remembering some really he's just chuckling to himself, remembering some really fun times he's had.
Well, wizards do like to host, and I don't know. I always have a bit of trouble trusting such powerful individuals. But if you've partied with him, I suppose we can trust him.
That is a good way to evaluate whether or not to trust someone. Partying tends to show who they really are, especially on the dance floor.
Oh goodness!
I
Imagining.
believe that.
Do not think I could imagine that. Oh, no.
We'll just say ability to speak with animals has only ever made party better.
Now that I believe. Yes, sir. Ori will kind of push back and try to find a good sleeping position for later tonight. Looking over to Luna. Are you doing okay?
It is very cold. I do not like this weather. You didn't mention how cold it would be when we took the job.
Yes, well, it is no bright shore. It is not the beautiful white shores, but it's kind of nice, right?
Look at my face. Do I think it looked nice?
I cannot tell. Our faces are always red.
No, Nori, no. No. I'm cold and no. She just kind of like humps or harumps, settles back.
So dark up this far north.
Yes, it is.
And Nori will fall asleep.
All right. So as you continue to travel, here's the thing about the sun being constantly eclipsed for a series of months. There's not like a night and day cycle in the same way that there otherwise would be. It's just like goes from like really dark to maybe like slightly less dark to just normal, really dark again. And so you will probably need some method of light to navigate. And I'm going to just assume between a party with so many spellcasters that you'll have some mechanism for that. But you could also have been provided with like a lantern to hang on the cart if you would like that as well.
Oh, I for sure have lanterns and torches.
Okay, good. Harm is
I'm
prepared.
sitting on them.
Yeah.
Leopold, like at some point, he just pulls out his flame tongue and it's like, "Do you have a lantern or should we? I could use this." And he just kind of like mutters a word under his breath and it just erupts in flames and like holds it
Harm
out.
just pulls out some torches. I have like 10 of these.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
if we are looking
okay,
at
that's
all of
much
our
easier.
sources of light, Nori will summon his familiar.
How do I get one of
there,
those?
and touch it, and the hawk familiar would just light up because I'll cast light on her constantly. So she'll
Oh, you
just
have
fly
hawk.
around as much as she can, giving us light.
Delightful.
Yes, this is Thera.
Hawks are good people.
I agree.
The one did once eat a rat I was talking to, like just. But
Oh, gods.
I imagine you have a very interesting perspective on the natural world, given your language
oh,
skills.
it's great. If someone mouths off, just eat them.
It's not wrong, I guess.
Oh,
Lu-
goodness.
Lumiel is looking at Leo's sword. Where did you get that and how do I get one?
Oh, this.
That is gorgeous.
Yes, it's most likely my favorite of my magical weapons. I believe I got this. Oh, yes, it was we raided a tomb with some friends. We barely made it out, but this was some of the loot we escaped with. I think of it as a reminder of my younger days.
And a lovely reminder it is.
Would you like to give it a try?
Yes, please.
Be careful, she may not give it back.
I will give it back. That's only happened once. And kind of tucking away her shatter spike that she has.
he just like hands it over to her.
And she's just happy little elf, just kind of just like testing its balance. And oh, this is very well made.
Yes, I'm not sure who made it, but it has most likely the best craftsmanship I've seen in quite a while.
Well, I shall be the judge of that. Can I tell what make it is?
You could certainly make some type of check. What type of check would you like to make to see if you can determine who created this magical artifact?
Insight?
Okay. Give me an insight roll.
17.
17. It's tough to pin down exactly who created it, but you think that it's probably, well, I'll let Sean fill in the details. Perhaps I don't think she would know who exactly made it, but perhaps like an order or a group, or as representative of some style that originated from somewhere.
Sure, I'll toss something in there. If you found it in a tomb, probably somewhere up north, maybe. It looks like it's in the style of. It looks like it's in the style of the old orcish rune systems that were often used in the north, in Sivia and the Scaldlands, where orc communities cherish runic magic, and they likely developed this in respect for the god Drake Fearsol. But who you made it is lost to time.
It is very well made indeed. Treat it well.
I will.
And your hand takes it back and like sheaths it because we have a flying glowing bird now, so we don't need it.
When I first made this sorcerer for a one shot so long ago, I said my familiar is going to be a bird, and I'm going to cast light on it all the time.
It's genius. I actually never thought about that.
It's a good idea. It's a really good idea. I'm gonna steal that one. Okay, so after a day and a half's travel, as you get to the general vicinity, within a few miles, you think perhaps of where Aendir first encountered this frost salamander. You see a little wooden sign in this kind of dirt path that you're following. It's not necessarily a very traveled area. The path is a little bit overgrown, but this might be a trail that hunters use to traverse the area. It might be a trail that some of the mercenary guilds use as they come up here to do different quests and assignments that they've been given. But you see a little wooden sign, and it indicates that there is a small settlement called Snowdale, and it is just a couple of miles to the east of your current position. You could continue north to the site where you think Aendir likely discovered this creature, or you could head over to Snowdale to see if any of the locals have seen or heard anything nearby.
I think it would be a good idea to go and talk to some people, see if they have some information.
Yes, I'm very good at making friends, so
Yes, I've definitely noticed that.
I agree.
I
you're
agree.
friends now, yes?
Yes, I think so.
Is good. Already planning group shirts.
Just be sure that it does not have black and white stripes. It makes my shell look big.
Noted.
Shall we?
Okay. As you turn your cart eastward towards this settlement. You're not sure what exactly to expect. If it's like a hunting village, or something. You're headed towards Snowdale, and after a brief while, you see ahead of you through all of the trees and foliage and underbrush around you what appears to be a very small clearing here in this forest. Could everyone give me a perception check as you enter the clearing?
Can I
didn't see
do?
anything.
Can I use my familiar to do that?
Sure.
Perception. Oh, that was not good. I rolled a 2.
Oh,
Okay.
12.
12.
Ah.
22.
All right.
Oh god.
So, as the rest of the party is kind of trying to see through the dark, following the light of your hawk, everyone else is kind of just like kind of squinting, struggling to see what exactly it is up in this clearing. But you can see clearly. Are you actually looking through your familiar at this point?
Yeah.
Then you would see clearly, even before everyone else, from up above in this clearing. There are about 10 or so buildings here. Not much more than like log cabins, a little bit of stone, but it's primarily wood, which makes sense given the surrounding forest. But there are no lights here. There are no sounds here. It is somewhat eerily devoid of life.
Honorian would come out of the familiar's vision and look around to the party. It's weird. There are no lights. It looks
That is strange.
abandoned, lifeless.
Maybe we go in cloak and dagger like. Yes?
I think that might be wise.
Yes. Was there any signs of struggle, fights, or just abandonment?
I could really only make out the buildings and the lack of life. I think we would need to get closer to stand.
Well, lead the way.
Is anyone here not good at being sneaky?
I am surprisingly good at it.
As am I.
I am okay.
Well, gosh dang it. Well, whatever. More for me, and I cast invisibility.
Okay. Suddenly, Harm, this unique tiefling, disappears. And am I correct in understanding that, Honorian, you are leading the way in as you move closer to this town? And does that mean that we're kind of parking the horses and carriage a little bit outside?
Yeah,
It takes us
I
a
think,
couple tries to park it.
I think the murder horse is probably not stealthy, or maybe very
Yeah.
stealthy.
You,
the
you
most
try to
stealthy.
parallel park
The
it
most
between some
stealthy.
trees.
Yeah, it just
Takes a little bit of back and forth action, but eventually you pull in.
6-point K-turn.
Yeah.
Oh god.
You love it. Dismount and begin to head in towards Snowdale. As you approach, there is this almost deafening silence. You smell. There's this strange, almost like slightly burnt scent, which is unique. It's not something that you've smelled thus far on this trip. And as you approach the first building, you can see ice crystals sticking out from it, going horizontally, as if ice has been blown off from the side of the building. The interior is not lit. If you try the door, it is slightly ajar. What would you like to do?
I'd like to peek my head in. See if we
Absolutely.
can see anything.
Sure. Give me one more quick perception roll to see what you spot in there.
Not much. 9.
9. As you look in, using a little bit of light to try to see around, you can spot that there's a chair turned on the side. It looks like there is a bowl on the table. Seems to have been partially eaten, but not put away. But you don't see much else that really sticks out. It looks like someone was here and then must have left in a hurry.
All the lights are out in here. It looks like somebody left in a haste.
Harm is gonna be on the lookout for any like animals or pets that were left behind.
Oh.
Sure. Yeah. Do you have anything unique that would help you beyond just a basic like perception check for that? Like any like
absolutely
advantage on-
not. I can speak to animals. And it takes 10 minutes to do it for 10 minutes. So
Sure. Are you going to cast Speak with Animals to look for them, or are you just going to
I don't
look
think I
and
have
see?
10 minutes. So
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
if I did, yes.
So
I mean, maybe I'll just see like an invisible indentation in the snow as I like sit down.
Sure. Give me just a basic perception check, and I'll keep in mind that you were looking specifically for like animals or pets or anything like that.
5.
Oh, that was a natural 20 face.
You are keeping your eyes and ears open.
I think
You should try singing.
Norian would, once we've gotten there and I guess checked out that first house, he might go in and sit down, and I will take 10 minutes to ritual cast detect magic.
Well, I guess now we have time.
And while
Okay.
he's in there, I'll be it's kind of like pacing back and forth, just protective.
Okay, Leopold, what are you doing while this happens?
So is this just one of the houses? Are there any like nearby?
Yeah,
Any
they're all
others nearby?
relatively close together, kind of clustered together. Like I said, there's about 10 houses or buildings here. I don't know if house is necessarily the right word. They're all just kind of like small shacks.
Yeah. Is it snow? Is the ground like covered in snow? Or can I like look for any tracks or anything like that?
There's a little bit of snow, but it is mostly ice. I
Okay.
think I said it earlier, but I'll just like remind everyone that in this climate, it is too cold to snow, right?
Mm.
It is so cold that there is no water in the air to create snow.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's mostly ice, frozen ground and ice.
And you said like the icicles are like formed in buildings as if it's like almost horizontally.
In that one particular spot, yeah, they were kind of like
Okay.
horizontally going against the building.
I think he's gonna go deeper into the little like town and like check any buildings he can, like probably just check the neighbor's building to the one that everyone else is in right now. And see if
Absolutely.
he can find anything there.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an investigation check as you kind of keep looking around. And as that happens, Honorian, as you are looking for signs of magic here, with your detect magic, you don't spot any like immediate pings of a magical nature, at least nothing particularly strong beyond the armor and equipment that you and your companions have. But there is this just faintly magical aura. Almost, it feels faintly like that of an evocation spell, but you can tell that this is not any kind of formal magic whatsoever. It is some trace or remnant of something that perhaps happened here. And it seems to be pervasive of the entire area.
Okay.
What was that, Leopold?
I rolled a 26.
A 26. As you move over to the next building and look in, what becomes clear to you is this may well have been some type of an attack. You can see that this door is ripped entirely off of its hinges. There are clearly blood stains on the ground. You notice, interestingly, the door, which is lying on the ground inside of the household, has these strange... There's it's super weird. There's four kind of slightly spread out points where you could swear it looks like the wooden door had been singed by some high intensity like burst of heat. Maybe it's like a scorch mark, but only in these 4 points that are each no bigger than like a gold coin around in size.
Do I
and as you
know any?
Sorry,
do I know
go
any
ahead.
spells that do anything similar to that?
You're welcome to give me an Arcana check.
Oh god damn it! I was like, yeah, this is my thing, but my dice don't agree. That's a 13.
A 13. As you think about it, you're not aware of anything that would do this like type of concentrated point of damage. At least not anything that's like fire related. So you don't know. It's weird. And as you're kind of walking around, you can see that there are some overturned pieces of furniture inside of this building. And there appears to be a basement door, like a hatch that would open up like this, with a ladder going down into a basement that now appears to be flung open. Although you would have to go down to see what is in there, you can see that it's dark down there as well. Interestingly, you think the kind of burnt smell, the scorched smell, is coming most strongly, most prominently from this house or this shack that you're in right now.
I think he's gonna kind of like very slowly and creakily like crouch down and like sit on the ground and just smart to himself.
I think I will call my familiar as well. I might need their help.
And I'm just gonna ritual cast my familiar.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Ritual cast party.
Excellent.
Yeah.
While this is happening, Harm, would you like to ritually cast Speak with Animals?
Yes, please.
Excellent. Very good. So, as this is happening, Honorian, you figure out that there is not like a specific concentrated source of magical essence here, and you and Aluniel kind of have a moment here. Is there anything that the two of you are doing separately or together as Leopold has kind of moved on and Harm is currently focusing to try and speak with animals?
Whatever is happened to this village, it was not a magic designed by people. Yeah, target.
Did it happen recently?
The signs of magic are faint, but I imagine that it must have been in the last 3 days, since the old man discovered it. But if it came eastward, then it might not be where he said it was.
Should we look for any people who are left, or do you think we can track it ourselves?
We are the only.
It is a very good point.
Anything, I am certain anyone who survived probably ran south.
As they should have. This is going to be a difficult battle, it seems like.
We should find the other two. Maybe take a look around.
I'm right here.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, that's right. Now that you've started casting Speak with Animals ritually, your invisibility spell drops. We can see you again.
Oh. Hey. How long were you inside? How long
Been
were you
here the
there?
whole time.
Ability. Oh wait. That's what that illusion magic was.
Your skills are getting rusty, Nori.
It's the cold.
Hmm.
Well, do we take a look outside?
I think so.
I think we'll start taking a look. I want to try looking around the exterior of the town.
Yeah.
Look for just any kind of signs of what happened and any violence, any running. See if there's any tracks to and from.
Absolutely. Is there a particular check that you would like to make towards that end?
Investigation would be great.
Give it to me.
I can mirror his actions if you want to help. Would you like some help?
Sure. As the twins leap into action, searching for signs in a coordinated manner like you do so often.
You can roll that with advantage, son.
Thank you. Wouldn't have been good without it. Would have been a very low roll. But instead, we have a 23.
23. All right. As you are able to kind of trace footsteps in this ice, it's a little bit hard, but you're familiar enough with the terrain and the area to know what to look for. And you're going to be looking, honestly, more for damage towards plants and buildings more than specifically tracks in the ground. As you're looking around, it seems fairly clear to you that this creature made its way into this little settlement from kind of the north side of the settlement, where you actually see a small tunnel burrowed into the ice about 15 or so feet wide at its entrance, 15 feet in diameter specifically, where it seems to have emerged here by this settlement. You can see that doors have been knocked down. You can see that folks ran wildly into the surrounding forest, and the creature seems to have followed. So you're certainly welcome to look around and see if there are survivors, perhaps, but to your knowledge, from what you can tell, if there are any survivors, they have fled wildly into the wood at random directions, attempting to get away from this creature. You do find several more places where there is blood stain, blood spatter, and a couple of areas where there is another like large extension of ice crystal sticking out of some physical object. Loosely familiar, if any of you have any familiarity with creatures that perhaps have like, or any of you who cast spells, perhaps loosely familiar with like a cone of cold type spell. but maybe scaled up a little bit. It's something icy that's directional. You can kind of gather that. And
yeah,
I'm gonna just
go ahead.
Sure.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna pop back over to Leopold and see what you're doing with your familiar once you've got them summoned.
Oh, I muted myself. I wanted to have my familiar summoned. He's so the whole ritual actually happens inside Leopold's shell. So like if anyone walked in, you just see like a massive shell just sitting there, in the middle of the room, and then you just kind of see it rocked from side to side, and then you see a little barn owl poke its head out of the shell, and then scurry out, and then afterwards, just Leopold like pops out his arms and legs and head out of the shell, and he just like crouches down by his little familiar and scratches the back of its head and just goes,
I am going to hop down into this basement. It seems quite dark, so I might need to borrow your night vision. I hope you don't mind.
and the little owl would just like hop onto his head as he tries to get down into the basement to look around.
Perfect. Yeah, I would say that you could give me an investigation check in that basement.
Oh, that's way better. I think that's a 23. Yeah, 23.
A 23. As you drop down into this basement, looking through your owl's eyes, you can see that this particular basement looks like a storeroom. There is clearly like a series of racks where meat could be hung. You can see that there are fur pelts that are kind of arranged, perhaps to be brought back towards civilization to be sold, perhaps to be made into clothing for the use of those who lived here. You can see there's a assortment of bows and axes, weapons perhaps, or more utility in nature down here. And what stands out to you actually most interestingly down here, something that perhaps you just naturally are attuned to with so many years of life, is you see in the corner there appears to be a small something made out of fabric, out of cloth. And as you walk over and pick it up, you can see that this is a little doll, something that perhaps belonged to a child.
He looks down at the doll and just kind of sighs and says,
I do hope you are reunited with your owner.
and he kind of sets it back down where he found it. Probably like all seated, nice and prim and proper, in the hopes that maybe whoever had it will be able to come back. And he's gonna like climb back out of the basement.
As you climb back up into this kind of central room in the chamber, using that same roll that you just made, you swear you could hear the muffled sound of a sob from behind you here in this basement that you are currently climbing out of.
Oh, the moment he hears that, he just kind of pauses and slowly climbs back down, and I guess turns towards where the sobbing is coming from.
Is anyone there?
Very timidly, you see stepping, not necessarily stepping, more so like pushing back a layer of pelts, you see a small child. Appears to be a human girl. You would guess maybe 6 years old. And she just kind of looks at you, terrified for a second, before asking, "Is it safe?"
Oh, it's safer than I assumed it was before. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Have you seen my parents?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
Do you know where you saw them heading to last?
Well, they put me down here, and they told me to stay hidden until it was safe, and they came to get me.
Do you know what they were keeping you safe from?
I don't. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. There was this loud noise, and there were like people shouting. And they just told me to hide and to stay safe.
You made a wise choice. How rude. My name is Leopold. What's your name?
Hi, Leopold. I'm Lene.
Lene. That's a beautiful name. I'm sure your parents are okay. My friends and I are actually pursuing this thing that they were keeping you safe from.
Hmm.
Are you okay here?
I mean, yes, I'm all alone. I don't really want to be all alone.
We will find your parents soon and send them your way. I'm sure that they'll be very, very proud of you for listening to the instructions.
She just kind of
Look.
takes a really deep breath
Mm.
and kind of nods as you say that.
You're not completely alone.
And I want to have my owl like go over to where the doll was and like pick it up and like probably not fly. It probably can't fly with it in its beak, but like no, scurry on over to the little girl and like place it down by her feet.
She'll kind of look down at it and like pick it up and like hold it to her chest and say, "Is that your owl?"
Yes. His name is Crew. Would you
Crew?
like to pet him?
Yeah. And she
Like,
like
Crew,
reach
like-
out.
Crew
Sure.
scurries on over, just like that's her.
Yeah, she like timidly reach out at first, like carefully, like in the way that like a kid will like reach out at first, like afraid that someone's gonna like bite their fingers or something. But then as Crew like leans into it, she'll like pat his head and like just rub his head for a little while. I like Crew.
As she does that, he lets like a little. It's essentially a coo, but a bit weird, and it sounds like a crew instead. And Leopold kind of chuckles as he sees him do that, and just goes,
See? He likes you. That's why we call him Crew.
I get it. Are your friends outside?
Yes, they're looking through the other houses to see if there's any other brave children like you. Maybe we can find some to keep you company.
That would be nice, but I I I don't think there were any other kids um, here before.
Well, I would love to keep Crew here with you, but he is a magical bird. He doesn't like being away from me for very long. But if you could do me a favor, please stay here and stay safe. I'll be sure to come back with your parents, hopefully. Do you need any food?
No.
Heat? Are
Uh,
you warm here?
well, I've got, and she kind of pointed the large pile of furs. But I've got food, but is it safe to have a fire? I don't want anyone to see me.
Mm, that is a good point. Um, Here.
And he's gonna pull out his rod of hand warming and give that to the little girl.
I think that should at least keep you comfortable until we come back with your parents.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Leopold.
You're welcome. I think we're friends now, so you can call me Leo.
Oh, okay, Leo. Thank you. And she's gonna like put the doll down and like come just give you a hug.
He goes,
Oop, he gives her a hug right back.
Okay.
now I would hate to leave you, but I must go help my friends and hopefully the rest of your townspeople. So remember, stay here and stay safe.
Okay.
And he's gonna climb up the basement and close the door behind him.
All right. And I feel like that is a good point to take a really quick break. Let's go ahead and take 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll be right back. Now is an excellent opportunity for y'all. If you need to stretch, grab a drink of water, buy a break, whatever, go ahead and do that now. Was there something that we needed to say before we go off the air?
I just love Leo with all my heart.
Yeah, honestly, I
Absolutely.
think we all could just sit here and watch
Oh my
him
God, I know.
avenge this town.
Leo would be such a good teacher. You said all the right things.
All right, folks, we'll be right
I have
back.
3 younger sisters, so I'm used to that.
There you go.
There you go.
We'll be right back with more Leo and Lene. Take over the world together. All right, folks, we'll be back soon.
here we are, and I'm excited to see what happens next. If you're just tuning in, we are on a quest by this crotchety old gnome wizard to find a mutated frost salamander. We've discovered the small hunting settlement of Snowdale, and along the way, Leopold, our turtle wizard multiclass, has met a small child named Lene, who has hidden amongst the houses, shacks, abodes here, and survived what appears to be an attack, perhaps from this creature. As we pick up, what are y'all doing?
Harmon is just walking around this empty town going, "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Is there any cats left behind here? Cats. Oh, look, I found a cat."
Could you roll a charisma check for me to see if you can summon any cats or other animals using your speak with animal spell?
I do
Yes,
have
summon
animal
cat.
handling, if that'll help.
Excellent. Which is higher, your charisma or your animal handling?
My persuasion's +6, my animal handling's +4.
I'll let you use charisma if you'd like.
Cool.
They summons. He's right there.
That's a dirty 20.
Woo! Lots of
Dirty
dirty 20s tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aside from the two familiars
Mhm.
from your party that you're familiar with, there appears to be one lone squirrel kind of on the outskirts of town, chilling in a tree. This is a little weird, and you know this because it's winter. Squirrels are supposed to be hibernating. So you're not sure why this particular squirrel is awake right now, but it's there. And as you're walking around calling out, "Here, kitty, 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 kitty," you hear from in a tree nearby, "I'm not a kitty. I'm a squirrel. I got a tail and everything. Like, can you see me? I'm right here."
Hello. From the sounds of it, this is a problem you have many times a day.
Yeah. Everyone calls me like a tree kitty. That's not the case. I'm a squirrel. There's a word for it. We're our own type of animal. Anyways, what are you looking for?
Well, aside from now having a new thing I want to advocate for as a social justice participant person, I was hoping you'd be able to tell us what the hell happened to this whole town. Also, what happened to my accent? What is this?
I sure can't help you with the second question, but the first one I can probably tell you a thing or two about. You see, I was just taking a nap in my tree here, and then this big giant like blue lizard thing just came out of nowhere and was like rah 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 rah, and like just everything was destroyed. That's what happened.
Well, that makes sense. Yes. Do you have like friends around?
Yeah, I didn't want to wake him up when I woke up because I felt like that would be rude. You know, like if you wake up and you wake someone else up, like then you're the asshole, and I'm not trying to do that. You know.
Oh yeah, just making sure you're not alone in the middle of dense forest in winter.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I got like 50 brothers and sisters who are asleep. We're all good.
Well, that's like far too many.
I don't know, I like them.
I mean, how do you remember all their names?
Names?
Oh, I see I've come across a cultural barrier. Well, I'm going to tiptoe around that one and go about to maybe saving a bunch of people and stuff. Would you like to come along and be hero, go on quest?
Nah, I'm too tired for that. I'm gonna go back to bed.
Okay, I could give nuts.
Do you have any?
Oh yeah, for sure, have some. Yes.
Yeah, I'll take a snack. Absolutely, snack and then bed. Perfect. Thank you.
I meant as like payment for going on quest and being hero.
Oh shit, no. God, are you kidding me? Absolutely not.
Sure, we can find you like little tiny sword or something.
No! This is a bad idea.
That's why I'm kind of hung up on it. I think it'd also be very funny.
No, absolutely not. Go away. I don't want to talk to you anymore. And it just like turns around and you see its tail is blowing in the wind as it just walks away.
Gosh dang squirrels every time. They never want to go on quest.
I don't know what to tell you.
That's canon now. Squirrels don't like to go on quests.
What's funny is
Like
we've already made it canon that rats like going on quests.
Did you write it down?
Squirrels.
This is a good clarification from chat. Everyone else, you just heard Harm going like squeak, 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 squeak.
I love that.
Squeaking.
I like to think that he doesn't actually know how to cast the spell. He just actually knows all these animal languages.
Yeah.
You know,
Like his whole ritual isn't like casting a spell. His ritual's like just flicking through his dictionary.
they could just be multilingual. That's very possible. Yeah, so eventually the whole party will reconvene. You've each kind of learned different pieces of information. What's that look like as you kind of get back together and have a chance to share some information?
Met squirrel who be saying the thing we hunting definitely did this. Just to confirm, for sure is what happened.
Thank you for that information.
Yes, squirrels, very good at getting information, very bad at going on quests.
They were going to go on a quest?
No, that is the problem.
Did you offer them did you ask them to go on a quest with you?
Yeah, why not? They are small, to get into small places. As I said, very good at getting information. Squirrels would be very handy on quests, but they never want to go.
Well, I didn't come across a squirrel, but I did come across a young girl. Her name's Renee. She's over there in the basement of that building.
Is she safe?
Yes. She managed to hide away when all of this happened. Her parents told her to stay in the basement. I'm hoping after or during we deal with this frost salamander, we could find the townsfolk, at the very least, Lene's parent.
Certainly, if we can.
Give me one moment, please. Harm is gonna go back to find that squirrel.
Are they really going to go talk to the squirrel again?
That's just what it looks like, yes, brother.
I
Excuse
think
me,
so.
squirrel?
The squirrel is muted.
The squirrel is muted.
That's on me. Sorry. That's on me. You again. I'm trying to sleep.
Well, I actually have something very important to ask. There is a small girl here who's been left alone with no parents, and you are very fluffy. I figured you could make a small child smile, and that'd be very good.
That's not what I thought you were gonna ask her.
What did you think was going to happen?
You're gonna ask if you've seen townspeople leaving.
Oh, no.
Okay, let me get this straight. You want me to go be a little plaything for a child?
Not a plaything, friend.
You think we can talk to one another? Does she know how to talk to me like you do? How do you know how to talk to me, by the way?
Well, well, back in day, had come close contact with like fey wild magic. Things go strange, but also like creepy shadow magic. It's a whole other thing. We'll get there, but um, but like met fairy speak animals now.
Met fairies.
Okay, so basically what you're asking me to do is not go back to sleep where I belong, but to go somewhere else and do something else.
Well, you can like go sleep, but you could go sleep over there with small child who need friend who's sad and might cry. Have you ever been sad?
Oh no.
I mean, like, you know, sometimes like you don't find like as many nuts as you're looking for, but like it's fine,
Yes,
right?
but-
Because the whole
So-
family
you know how you have-
finds nuts.
So you know how you have like 50 brothers, sisters, and stuff?
Sure, yeah.
All hers are missing.
Wait a minute. Were there that many people in town to begin with?
Probably, I don't know. But point is, you are very fluffy, and that is a very great ability, and with great power comes great responsibility.
Well, that just sounds made up.
I heard it from some old dude once. I just figured I'd try it. You could help child feel better.
Do you have at least like a peanut or something to pay me for my time?
Well, I'm sure I have many peanuts. What do you have like a preferred nut? Like, ever have macadamia?
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know what it tastes like. I just have it.
For 3 of your macadamia nuts, I'll hang out with the kid.
Make it 5 and wait.
Deal, no take back.
Were they just outsmarted by a squirrel?
That is I don't speak Squirrel, but
It's
that
hard
is
to
certainly
understand
what
the
I
ups and
know.
downs of this
all the
conversation.
all the squeakies, yes, but that is what it sounds like.
You are a good person, I think. Well, good squirrel, I think.
I know.
You have good heart way down there, right under the part that make you go squeak. It's good heart.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you give me the macadamia nuts,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
then you can point me to the child.
Harm pulls out just an assortment of legumes.
They're not even all macadamia nuts.
Harm doesn't know. That squirrel doesn't know.
That's true. You could give this squirrel
You
rocks.
make a really convincing point. Yeah. Okay.
Oh my
Cool.
God.
The squirrel
Oh, no.
accepts your smattering of legumes and will be pointed in the direction of the small child for them to accompany.
He's
Cuddle.
Something. The
Cuddle.
relationship is unclear, but I can't tell if this is a babysitting job or what. But
Squirrel become town hero, get statue.
okay, let's take it one step at a time. I'll do this. I'll fine. I'll do this. Anyways, so you found a companion for Lene so that she is less sad and lonely. What would you like to accomplish now?
I feel good today.
Yeah. I think we kill you kill Shannon.
Serious harm.
Yep. I suppose we should start tracking this salamander.
But there is a one of their burrows just outside of the town.
Well, lead the way, mon frère.
It's right this way. Leopold, it seems as though the villagers have fled in all different directions. It may be difficult to find your parents, but I suppose this is a good start.
I suppose that at least gives me faith that they may be alive, and I think that's enough for now.
Somebody made it out of here. Hopefully it was them. I guess we'll go over and investigate the burrow that
Absolutely.
is outside of town.
Sure. So as you head that direction, and you get to kind of the surface of this tunnel that has been carved through rock and ice. I mentioned earlier that it is 15 feet in diameter, and it appears to go down at an angle into the forest. It goes kind of vaguely northwest of here.
And does this look like it's where they came out to attack? Does it look like they went back into it, or is there another burrow nearby?
As you were tracking kind of the signs of the battle or whatever took place here, you don't know that you necessarily saw it go back into this specific tunnel. It seems like it had pursued some of the folks that lived here into the forest. Whether or not it went back via a different tunnel, you're not sure, but it's possible.
This is how the creature came upon the village. It looks like from the broken, disrupted ice and the trees that it chased some of the villagers into the forest.
Do you think there are any survivors?
They did not get caught. Yeah.
Well, we should deal with the creature first, and then we can see if we can find any people.
Like we must go into the forest.
Let us go be big damn heroes, yes?
We?
Yes, I like the sound of that.
Into the forest we go.
All right. As you try to track this large creature, it's not that hard, but I am going to have someone give either an investigation or a survival roll. I will let whomever makes that check tell me which they would prefer, based on who's kind of leading this expedition.
I can do I can do an investigation check.
I can do an investigation check.
I will help.
Who wants to do it?
I'll call on animals, be like, hey, can you get some help again, maybe?
One of these squirrels is going to join.
One of them will be helpful.
Yeah.
Eventually, one day.
You know these
Shall I?
lands a bit better. You've lived here longer. Perhaps you shall. I'll help.
Okay.
Perfect. So you can roll advantage.
Ooh, okay. That is a 26 in investigation.
Nice.
Damn. Okay. So as you kind of go off into the forest, following, there are very clear signs of where this salamander has been. You can see that there are limbs from trees that are on the ground. You can see that where once snow clung to those branches, it has been dumped on the ground, leaving the only snowbanks that you can see in this forest. Where for some reason or another, snow is on the ground, you're fairly certain that means that someone has, or something has moved by quickly. And with the size of this creature, you can almost see like this path that it took through the forest, weaving and turning and apparently chasing individuals. After a short while, you come across a looks like perhaps 2 additional bodies. There's not much left. It is mostly blood and the occasional bone. It seems like this creature is really just consuming them whole. And then it kind of veers to the left, turning back towards the north again, as you've just recently been walking east. Kind of goes back north again, and as you follow for the better part of an hour or two, you do eventually find your way into the entrance of what appears to be another one of these burrows. This one is a little bit larger, dug into the ground, maybe more like 20 feet in diameter. Perhaps it means that it spent more time on this tunnel. Perhaps it means that something else has changed, but it is a little bit larger than the previous one that you had seen, and actually goes into this area where there's like kind of a hill, and as it goes up this hill, the tunnel goes into the hill at a very kind of gentle decline.
I think that Honorian would take the light off of Thera, his familiar, and send her in. That's take control of her
All right.
sight and take control of her, and carefully have her slowly inch in to see where this goes.
Sure. So can I get you to give me a stealth check and a perception check from
Ooh.
Thera?
Whoa, that's not a good stealth check.
Oh no.
That's a 7 for the stealth check. If it means anything, it's a 17 for the perception or investigation check.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I was gonna ask if I can cast invisibility on anyone. I forgot the familiar was an option. But a little late, I think.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
So, as Thera flies into this tunnel, what are Thera's pronouns?
Thera is she, her.
All right. So as she flies into this tunnel, and you're looking through her eyes, it continues on mostly straight. You know, kind of turning and weaving a little bit as the creature's burrowing kind of naturally may have done. Goes on for a couple of 100 feet before you find this kind of large opening. It seems to open up and grow in size. This is probably a chamber nearly 70 feet across at this point. Not exactly circular. It's more oval in shape, but is loosely symmetrical with a couple of different burrowed tunnels going off into different directions. And as Thera enters into this area, does she have dark vision?
I was just checking.
Okay.
I don't think so. Yeah, she doesn't.
Okay.
I'm
So
wondering why you usually pick it.
with dark vision, there might have been more that she could have seen. In here, as she flies in and navigates, she is kind of cresting a large circle to begin to perhaps come back when there's this sudden flash of movement, and you see perhaps a spark of electricity, and then you are shunted back into your own perspective.
Yeah, I think Honorian would viscerally react to that and sort of.
What is it? What did you see?
I'll never get used to that. It is there. It's in there.
The salamander?
It's got I just saw lightning, and then I was back here. Dark cavern.
Lightning. I've read quite a bit about frost salamanders, and lightning doesn't seem to be a thing I remember about them.
Yule's gnome did say it was different.
Do we want to head in?
Well,
You see Harm's casting armor of Agathis on themselves. The ice damage won't do anything, I assume, but temp HP is nice.
Yeah.
I think we should go in carefully. Its nest, I think there were several burrows leading, or other tunnels.
Yeah.
It is awake, I suppose.
Then you stay in the back, yes?
I can enter myself.
At
Okay,
least
I'll
to
stay
begin
behind.
with. Thank you.
Or in the back.
Messy.
Crew just like hops on my head, and just acts as my eyes as we
Love
head
it.
inside.
Love it.
Very nice.
All right. As you enter into this tunnel, do you have any sources of light on you at the moment that are open to help you see, or are you just kind of going by the general shape of the tunnel for the time being?
Should probably
Mm.
not have light.
Yeah,
Probably not a good idea.
To the
If we wanna
minimum,
be
if
stealthy.
anything.
yeah. Crew has dark vision, so I'm seeing through Crew's eyes, so I can see.
Okay. That
I
certainly
also have dark
helps.
vision.
You're able to
We
see,
don't.
general outlines in grayscale with dark vision, but it's still, you're able to navigate. You're not able to see everything in full color.
Yeah.
Sure. And are we heading in stealthily?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. I do like to assume that the party knows what they're doing,
Is
but I
any-
figured I'd ask.
Is anyone not great at stealth?
I'm not great, but I'm above
I will
average.
cast third level invisibility to make myself and Leopold invisible.
Nice.
Okay.
All right.
Nice.
So you will both have advantage on stealth checks.
I will cast guidance on Lunio for extra D4 on the
Thanks.
stealth check.
All right. Excellent.
Natural 20.
Hey!
Oh damn!
Hell yeah.
About time I knew you were gonna get one eventually. Mine is a 19.
Nice.
Excellent.
18.
Oh, thank you for the D4. Okay, so that is dirty 20.
Okay. And so what is the total on that natural 20 roll there, Lex?
22.
22. Excellent. Okay. Oh, y'all are doing good. Y'all are doing really good. Okay, let me just Okay, great.
Add some more hit points here.
No. I'm just rolling some perception checks just to see what's up. Look, I don't know. Nobody knows.
And I'm gonna say now that the second that I see the salamander, I'm gonna pop mirror image.
Okay, good to know. Is there anything else that anyone would like to prepare to try to catch before potentially combat initiates? Just that's known now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably gonna. In fact, I think I can just put it on there. Hold on, let me just check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna prepare beaming blade on my sword. So I'm gonna put up my long sword and prepare beaming blade on that.
Excellent.
I have the Ring of the Ram, and I would like to prepare one of the 3 charges. So when I see it, I would like to expend one of those charges to have a spectral ram's head. Just charge it.
Okay, good to know.
I will hand everyone a minor healing potion.
Aw, thanks.
Oh, let me actually look I
Love
forgot I
that.
have features
Merci, mon
also.
frère. If
I
you
forgot
cannot cover
healing
it,
was even a thing.
I spent quite a lot of gold on healing potions before we started, so I have some.
Okay.
Oh, healing potion. Thank you. I know how to make them myself.
This one has a little kick to it.
He likes to add some kick into
I
things.
put hot peppers in it. Dried hot peppers in it.
Spicy.
I am also going to use my experimental elixir to create a potion real quick because it says I just do it at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
I roll a random d6 to see which one it is. Oh, right, it's a healing potion.
Nice. An extra healing potion.
Great. I get to
We'll
keep
be
one.
fine.
When you're done with this adventure, you can open up a healing potion shop.
Right. Yeah.
Alrighty. So as we head in, pretty stealthily, you are walking down this tunnel, carefully, quietly, try not to disturb loose ice, and you make your way down. It's a couple hundred feet, as you would know already, Honorian. And about when you get to the area where it opens up into this full chamber where you were familiar was just a moment ago, you all feel as if the ground is vibrating ever so slightly. You hear this low rumble, this. Those of you with dark vision, as you scan this chamber, you see that it is empty. There is no creature in this chamber.
I don't like that.
I look up.
Can't see.
Oh, that's right. I can't see.
It's
look
dark.
up. My crew looks up then.
Is this gonna be one of those slow pan up monster above and then we all die things?
You look up, and there is nothing. The ceiling of the tunnel is unmarked.
I don't like that.
What are you doing?
Let's see. So we know it has extra abilities that they don't normally have, right?
Yeah.
What are the chances it is invisible?
Weapon?
Considering that it is mutated, fairly high, maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna end my invisibility to cast detect magic.
Okay, I'll stop you as you do that. As
Okay.
you go to drop your invisibility spell, the rumbling becomes suddenly much louder, and you feel like the earth shaking around you. And so as you go to drop your invisibility spell, I'm gonna have everyone roll a dexterity saving throw, please, and thank you.
I
God.
just-
As from beneath you, erupting out of the rock and ice, you see this massive salamander's head.
I think, oh, that's not great. It's something though. I rolled a 17.
A 17, that'll be a success.
I got a big honkin' 4.
That's unfortunately going to fail. It's close, but it's going to fail.
I got a big honking 5.
Also a fail.
It's a natural 20 on me.
Oh yeah.
All right. So that's probably going to succeed unless you have a really bad negative modifier.
I don't. If it was strength, I do.
So, alrighty. On a success, hold on, let me just. On a successful save, you will take half of 15 points of bludgeoning damage. On a fail, you'll take the full 15. And if you save, you're able to stay on your feet. If you make the fail, you'll be knocked prone as this frost salamander emerges out of the ice into the tunnel with you. It is a huge creature, so it is going to take technically a 15 by 15 foot space. So it is not quite as tall as the tunnel itself of 20 feet, but it fills up most of this tunnel. Take that for what you may. What let's do, I'm gonna have y'all roll a d4 each, and on a 1 or a 2 you have been pushed towards the central chamber, and on a 3 or a 4 you've been pushed towards the exterior of the tunnel.
3.
I will say, in case it matters, I highly doubt it, but technically it took 10 cold damage.
That's right.
I'm just gonna mark down that it took 0 damage. Thank you. So what did we get on those d4s? I saw that Drac, you got a 3, so you are pushed towards the entrance.
2.
Everyone else is pushed towards the central chamber. So we're in this 20-foot wide, 20-foot tall tunnel. 3 of you are on the side with this large central chamber that's like 60 to 70 feet across, and then Leopold, you are on the opposite side in the tunnel that goes out towards the entrance. And with that, I'm going to have y'all roll initiative.
Oh boy!
Ooh.
Oh boy.
Hell yeah, nat 20. Doesn't matter in initiative.
Aw.
All right.
A 22.
All right.
Dirty 20, I think. Yeah.
Ooh.
8.
Okay.
11.
Alrighty. Good to know. And let me just.
Muggsy, be patient. I'm trying to kill a salamander.
The cat's like,
Muggs
oh,
is trying to kill
salamander. I'm into that. All right.
He actually immediately curled up the second I said that.
I love it. So Leopold will go first. Harm, you're second. We've got Aluniel third. The salamander fourth. And Enorian
Oh, no.
last.
Okay.
Alrighty, and with that, Leopold, what are you doing?
Okay, so I think a few of us held like actions and spells. Can we pop them off, or do we have to like
I
go
think
to our turns like normal still?
if you were holding a spell or something, because it erupted from the ground beneath you, it was able to locate you. Because of that, I'll say, give me what would effectively be a concentration check. And if you succeed on that concentration check, your held action will go off before the start of initiative.
Okay.
Otherwise, it'll take place right at the top of initiative if you want to still do that.
Yeah,
So
I still do.
that'll be a Constitution saving throw.
Nice.
Basically, your basic concentration check for like a magic spell.
Perfect. Okay.
23.
Okay.
Let me see mine concentration.
Oh,
That's a 17.
Okay.
15.
All right. Those all sound like successes to me. The max damage was 15. So let's go through in our initiative order, starting with Leopold. Talk to me about your held action. What takes place? What does it look like? And what's the effect?
So I think this whole time anyone's like in the party has known Leopold, he's been like a very slow moving, almost creaky. You can probably like hear his joints creaking whenever he moved. But all of a sudden he's incredibly spry on his feet, and just as he's like knocked backwards, he in the same motion, casts Beaming Blade, and as he kind of whispers under his breath, and you kind of see like weird characters and letters come out of his mouth and wrap around his blade. And as he's knocked backwards, he slashes at the frost salamander in an attempt to strike it. And whether or not it does, is, we'll see, I guess. But let me check. Okay, it's just a normal melee attack.
Yeah.
There's nat 20. A nat 20.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Nice.
sure. That
So
will
is,
most likely hit.
So that's 2d20s, and because it's a beaming blade, I think 2d8s as well.
Okay.
Not 2d20s, 2d10s.
Okay.
That's 31 damage.
31 damage. Okay.
And
what is that? What are those damage types?
So where did it? Oh, god damn it! I'm using the roll 20.
It'd be a thundering damage in whatever your weapon is.
Yeah, but
Probably magic. Something.
it cleared the rolls, so I have no idea which one was which. It just added all of them together for me.
Okay.
Yeah. So 2d8s would have been thunder damage, and 2d10s would have been slashing.
Okay.
But
So, and if it was 31 total, are you okay with saying that, let's say 18 of that was slashing and the remaining 13 was thunder? Are we okay with just kind of partitioning it up since we don't have the exact rules in front of us?
yeah, that's fair. Next time
Okay.
I'll roll them separately and
It's all
actually
good.
keep the results.
It's all good. Not a big deal. So, as your blade strikes, it is a magic attack. You don't think that makes any difference here. You do, however, note that the thunder damage doesn't seem to affect the creature quite as much as you thought it might. And so it will only take 6 of those 13 points of thunder damage for 24 total. So next we'll go to the held action that Harm had while I do some math real quick.
I swear this thing's a bear totem barbarian, and
Let's get some psychic damage in here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it definitely doesn't take lightning damage. Okay.
My hold action was mirror image.
Mhm.
So the thing pops out and pushes us apart, so it's just Leopold on the other side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Harm just shouts, "Hold on, Leo, we'll be coming soon," and then chants like an infernal under their breath, and then you see their shadows start like moving, and you see 3 copies of Harm pop out of their shadows and
Okay.
shift around them. Now there's 4 Harms.
Oh
All
my
in unison.
goodness.
That's a lot of harm.
But, oh, and I also forgot to mention, it's so the little the weird silvery characters that appeared on his sword are wrap around the frost salamander, because now if it moves, it takes 2d8 damage.
Nice.
Nice.
Excellent. Yes. Excellent. Thank you. If you can help me keep track of that just so that I have someone keeping me accountable, I would appreciate it. All right. And then we also need Aluriel's held action.
Yep. All right. First of all, I need to double check that I can see it.
Forgot about that.
Yeah,
That is mandatory for many things to work.
it is, because it says it right here in the description. It's totally okay, because that was on me to know.
I am going to say that you have a moment where you can see it, as there is this faint arcane glow from what Leopold does.
Cool.
There is just enough of a glow for you to identify, particularly perhaps from that thunder damage, where this creature is. You've got a split second to get the charge from that ring off, and then you're back into darkness.
Perfect. Merci, Leo. And so I will hold out my left hand, and there is on my finger there is a ring that looks like a ram's head, and I will kind of do like when I expend the charge, my arm will have some kickback, and as coming out of the ring is this very Patronus-like ram, just heading straight for the salamander.
Excellent. All right. And what happens there?
That would be a 19.
That is going to hit.
Excellent. So now it's going to take 2d10 force damage.
Okay.
Nice. That's a 9 and a 1. So 10 points of force damage, and it's pushed 5 feet away from me.
Okay, so Leopold, as you strike this creature, it is basically pushed directly like into physical contact with you.
Oh, sorry.
As it takes this damage.
I don't remember. Does forced movement trigger Booming Blade? Or does
No, it doesn't.
No,
It has to be
It does
willing.
not.
The willing has to willingly move, so it doesn't
Yeah,
count.
I know a lot of spells specify that, so I figured I'd ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hey, that's still some damage there. It is not halved. I will have you know. And yeah, so I will just note that Leopold, as you are now like this close to the creature, you can feel this coolness from it. Like it's cold, right? It is just cold where you are. This creature is frigid.
Ooh,
It feels very cold. And there's also this like faintly electric like static that like smell if you've ever like walked by like electric wires and there's just this like energy to the scent in the air that you can't quite like put your finger on. You're getting that here.
Okay.
And with that, we're at the top of initiative, because you didn't have something held, right, Anorian?
I didn't. No.
Okay, so that brings us to Leopold at the top of initiative.
Well, with them right up close to me.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine because I have an idea.
Okay, cool.
On his pouch, at his side, he's gonna pull a flask of a clear liquid, and he's just gonna. I guess. I mean, he's right next to it, so he doesn't need to chuck it. He's just gonna smash it on the frost salamander, and that item is called an oil flask, and I'm gonna cover this thing in oil with my action.
All right,
and then,
sure.
I think do I need to roll if I'm 5 feet away? I know I have to roll if I've thrown it, but
I'm gonna say give me a basic like, and it can be your choice of strength or dexterity check, and the DC is literally 10. If you can get 10 or higher on this check, you have successfully covered the creature in oil.
Okay.
I absolutely love this idea.
Oh, I was like, this is gonna be easy one. I just barely got it. I got a 10.
Okay.
I got a 10 exactly.
I am glad that you did. If you had rolled less than a 10, there would have been a little bit of splash. So you're able to successfully cover the creature in a layer of oil. Now what?
I'm gonna use, because that takes a whole action, so I'm gonna use action surge. And,
all right.
Then my does action surge? Is action surge a bonus action? No,
it's not an
so
action
surge, and I'm gonna use action surge and my bonus action to activate my flame tongue short sword.
Yes.
And then long sword, and I'm gonna slash at this now oiled up frost salamander.
Give me an attack roll. Let's do it.
Yeah.
This is some pro strats.
It really is.
Does a 15 hit?
You said a 15?
Yes.
Not quite. No, it does not hit.
I have another action. I have another attack. I mean.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it again.
Yep.
I kid you not, a nat 20.
Do it. Hey, sometimes the dice gods they just smile upon you with favor.
Sometimes I feel
Yeah.
dice god.
Okay, so I'm gonna do the slashing damage first.
Okay.
And that is not much. That's 9 slashing damage.
9 slashing damage. Okay. And what I will say, so, and are you doubling? Are you on a
Yes.
natural 20 hit? Okay, you're already doubling the dice damage. Okay.
Very well.
What I will say, because of the oil, roll twice as many dice for the flame. So I think it might just be 1 or 2 dice, but double that number of dice, and then still double it for the crit.
Oh damn. Okay. Okay. So wait. So okay. Let's make sure. So normally it's 2d6 extra damage.
So
'cause of
roll
the-
4d6, and
Yeah.
then double 4d6,
Oh.
and that'll
Okay.
be the fire damage.
Damn. Okay.
Nice.
So you say that, but also that just means he's really confident in this monster.
That's a good point. He was very excited to give us that bone.
36.
That's a great
36
point.
fire damage.
How many?
Wow.
36.
36.
Nice.
Okay. Not bad. Not bad. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I mean, and also like I don't know if this negates it since you let me double the fire damage, but because I lit the oil on fire, it takes 5 damage every turn or every round. I can't remember. Let me check that real quick.
Yeah. Does it tell
Um,
you how long that goes?
Until it puts
Yeah,
it out.
so
Until
if
it puts
lit,
it
the
out?
oil
2
burns
rounds.
for 2 rounds.
2
And
rounds?
it deals
Okay.
5 damage to any creature that enters the area of effect. Yeah, so 2
I
rounds.
think it's longer. Oh,
Okay. So what let's do is let's say that 5 damage is already kind of in this additional damage that you've rolled, but
Yeah.
that the next 2 rounds it'll take an additional 5 damage each round. Perfect. I love that. Hey, that's a really clever use of the item, and some synergy there. So I'm all about that. I like to reward clever stuff. Is there anything else for you?
He's probably going to incite an opportunity attack, but he's going to back away as far as he can.
Okay.
He still
All right.
is it.
Set it on fire, right away.
Excellent. We can totally do that. Okay. So I'm just using my calculator on my phone to make math easier. So let's make an attack roll, why don't we?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what happens. This mutated frost salamander is going to make 1 claw attack against you. It is a 28 to hit.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, that hits.
Can you make a Constitution saving throw for me?
Okay. What is that? My con is not great.
I'll use a reaction to use my Wild Magic Bend Luck feature to
Ooh.
give him an extra D4. on that
Okay.
roll.
Ooh,
Spend
That's
2 sorcery
cool.
points on that.
that is very helpful. Yeah, that's a 23.
A 23.
Nice.
All right. So here is
That's not that great.
what happens as this creature lashes out at you with its claw. You see, and everyone sees for a moment, coming from the core of its body, extending out one of its 6 limbs into its claws, is this shock of electric energy. And so as it strikes you, you can feel the force of it hitting your back as you run away, knocking you forward, but you are not affected by the status effect that it gives. So give me 2 seconds to tell you exactly how much damage this is. You take 7 points of piercing damage and an additional 12 points of lightning damage. Merry Christmas.
Merry
That was
Christmas.
Okay.
All right. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. That will bring us to Harm in the initiative order. What would you like to do?
Oh boy. New buddy Leo is having bad time. So Harm, well, you see 4 Harms like square up, pull out a weapon. You see it's like a war pick, but it's less of a pick and more just like a giant like rose thorn on a stick. And
All right.
the shield's like a giant, like it's shaped like a blooming rose petals. And Harm just goes, "Let me show you why I call myself Harm. And as a bonus action, I would like to rage."
Okay.
Yes.
Easy enough. It's easy to rage.
Yeah.
What next?
As I rage, Harm, like all the plants on Harm's body just kind of wilt and die all of a sudden, and then Harm is just like covered in like a blanket of shadow and darkness. Edgy, I know, it's great. And then I go running in with reckless attack. And also, mirror image is not concentration, so it still lasts during a rage.
Excellent. Excellent.
So I'm gonna go running in with a reckless attack to give myself advantage, and also it has advantage on me.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
I'll take advantage of that. Don't you worry.
Pat, get it?
What the?
What?
All right. So one was a nat 1.
Okay.
But the other one is a 15.
Okay. I don't do any like negative effects if you roll a natural 1.
Yeah.
Is that a 15 total?
15 total.
Okay, as you swing at this creature, it in this kind of sudden blur of speed, you feel as if you should have hit it, but somehow its form shifts in this strange, almost like air elemental like way, and just warps around your weapon. You miss the armor class, and that's how I'm flavoring it.
No, I understand. I was waiting, like, does that mean it casts shield? I don't.
No, it
Yeah.
wasn't quite high enough, but like, let's
It's
flavor
just
this cool
awesome.
mental creature.
It's just an awesome salamander.
It's just real good.
Big lizard go brr.
Big lizard go burr. Yep, that's. I think I'm done.
Okay.
Bonus, yeah. My movement is just getting closer to it and hoping it goes for me instead of Leo.
Alrighty. Hey, that works. That works. That will bring us to L'Oreal.
That's me. All right. How far away am I at this moment?
You're probably in the realm of 10 to 15 feet away after being pushed back by the tunnel somewhat.
All right. I'm going to run up to it using 10 to 15 feet of my movement. And I have 2 actions. I'm going to pop as a fighter.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to go in and punch it.
Yep.
All right. Give me some
Yes, I
attack
am.
rolls.
All right. First one is a 19.
That's going to hit.
Yes. So that is, 8 plus 4, 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And number 2 is a dirty 20.
Also going to hit.
And that is 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
7. All right. Good stuff.
Maneuvers, I forgot about these. I'm going to bonus action second wind and give myself some HP back.
Okay. Cool.
And that's it.
Awesome. In this first kind of quick blurry blur of this flurry of action and movement, you can see that it perhaps isn't sure what to do now, being surrounded on both sides, but it is going to turn towards the same direction where Harm and Eluriel and Honorian are. And there's this moment where you're like, yes, Harm in particular, you're like, yes, it's turning to attack me. This is great. And then you watch as it inhales and exhales this freezing breath. I need everyone to give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
I'm suddenly remembering
I'm
why
gonna
I
do-
was going to save my reaction, but I used it.
Does this include me? Or...
You are on the opposite side, Leopold. You are safe.
Ooh.
what kind of save was it?
Constitution saving throw. All right, an 18 for L'Oreal will save.
15.
15, that is going to fail.
Oh
That's
no!
26.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's going to
Okay,
succeed. So, all right, give me a second. I'm actually going to roll digital dice for
oh
this.
God, because there's so many.
Just because it's more than I have of this particular type of die available. So just give me 2 seconds. Give me
Squishy
2
sorcerer.
seconds to open this up.
It's D12s. No one ever has enough D12s.
Ever.
D12s are
Oh,
underrated.
wait.
You're right about that.
Do love a good D12.
Does turning around count as movement? If the wound... Oh no, never mind. It says that's to move up to 5 feet. Never mind.
Yeah, it's more or less just rotated, but we'll see what happens after this. All right, so it has rolled. Okay, so
I didn't like that noise.
Anorian, you are going to take 51 points of cold damage.
Oh my God! You still up?
I have 8 hit points left.
Everyone else will take 25. And when I say everyone else, I just mean Harm and L'Oreal.
And I take half that, so 12, 13.
Yes, 12. We'll err on always round down. 12. And I need to roll a d6. Okay, that's fine. And with that, the creature is going to. It's going to rush past you all. Actually leaping into the air and flying, skimming right past your heads, back into the main chamber.
Do you mean literally flying, like sprouts wings and flies away flying, or?
It doesn't have wings. It does not sprout wings. It jumps and right over your heads, right back into the chamber.
And takes 15 damage as well.
15 damage. It will take that 15 damage, not to worry. It is absolutely what this creature would do. And so, you gotta do it.
Attacks of opportunity?
Yeah, y'all are gonna get some attacks of opportunity. It's also gonna take 5 more damage because of the oil.
Nice.
Nice.
That is a thing that happens.
Oh yeah, it's on fire during all of this, huh?
Yeah, it's on fire right now.
This thing is
At least
awesome.
we won't lose it, and we can see now.
Yeah, you
That's
can
true.
see there's a flaming 15-foot lizard flying through the air.
That's why I did it, honestly.
yeah, I love it. So smart.
All right, yeah. So everyone who would like to can make. I shouldn't say everyone. Harm, L'Oreal, and Anorian. You each have an opportunity to make an attack of opportunity against this creature.
Oh yeah. That's a dirty 20.
All right, that's gonna hit.
18.
That will also hit.
Oh.
Guess I'll whack him with my quarterstaff.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Why not?
5 points of damage from me.
All right.
That is a 15 because I have negative. Oh wait, no, my modifiers or my proficiency bonus. That's a 19. Sorry.
That will hit.
Nope.
What for you, Harm? What are we getting on in terms of damage?
I got a 13 for damage.
13
damage. Piercing. Yes.
Okay. Cool.
And
Very
it is magic if that matters in this situation.
is magic. Thank you. That does not make a difference, but I appreciate it. And what are we looking at from you, Sean?
We're looking at 0 because
Oh,
because quarterstaffs are strength-based weapons, and I have a -2 modifier, and I rolled a 2, so they're looking at me just going whack.
No.
Should have taken
You-
Warcaster.
you feel in this moment as you strike at it, after all of that cold damage, your joints are so stiff. As you go to swing, your staff hits it barely, kinda. It makes contact. You know it touches.
I did my best.
A valiant effort.
I'm going to go sit
All
down.
right. And that is the salamander's turn, bringing us to Anorian. Your turn.
Redeem yourself, brother.
Oh, I'm so tired. All right. All right. So the chamber that it just leapt into, there are other burrows it can escape through, correct?
There are, yes.
All right. So, and you said it's 70 feet across?
Yep.
All right. I'm going to cast. Well, first, I'm going to use a sorcery point to change the type of magic damage that this. And then I am going to cast Wall of Fire. Except it will be a wall of acid.
Okay.
That will spread 60 feet across, creating a horseshoe around the creature, preventing it from running away and maybe taking some damage. That
Excellent.
is a dexterity save, I believe. 1 second. Yeah, dexterity saving throw.
Remind me how high that wall of fire goes. Is it 15 feet high?
20 feet high.
20 feet high. Okay, good to know. So, yeah, that will fill up most of this chamber. Let's say that it's 30 feet high, but this is a 15 by 15 foot creature, so it will take damage if it tries to pass through it.
Okay.
And you said that was a dexterity saving throw?
Yes, DC 19.
Alrighty. Well, that's gonna fail. So, how much poison damage do we take, or acid damage? Acid damage. How much do we take?
5d8.
Nice.
Ooh, tasty.
Right, rolling that. That is 27 points of acid damage.
Nice.
Ooh, love to see it.
Yeah, we do. Very nice. Okay. As you effectively create this wall of acid, the creature kind of goes up next to it and will kind of turn back, being corralled by the acid that you have filled this chamber with. And as it does that, it's going to kind of turn towards you all and just it's almost, it is hiss-like, but it's a little more ethereal. It almost sounds like it's coming from something non-corporeal. And as it turns and makes this noise towards you all, you're able, really, for some of you, to get their first good look at it. And you can see that it has already taken a significant amount of damage. It's already taken a significant amount of damage. We're looking at like 160 points of damage already. But it is looking injured, but not on its last legs, so to speak.
Well, I will use my bonus action.
Yeah, you will.
I will spend 2 more sorcery points to quicken spell and cast a 5th level chromatic orb at it. And I'm going to use my Tides of Chaos to give myself advantage, which means you can toss that right back to me for a Wild Magic Surge if you'd like.
Go ahead and give me a Wild Magic Surge after resolving the effects of the spell.
Absolutely.
Wild magic.
All right.
Love me some wild magic.
100% like did not need advantage on this, and I just wanted
as well,
to throw
though.
some Wild Magic in
Look.
because I also just rolled 2 15s, which both totaled to 27.
Yep, sure, that'll definitely hit.
All right, so Anorian will pull out a little tiny gem, spin it around. It will grow in size and become an acidic orb, because I'll just stick with the acid damage theme. And I'll send that flying towards it for another 24 points of damage.
Nice.
And then let's roll ourselves some Wild Magic
Oh my god.
Surge.
And if you are doing that and have the list pulled up, you want to just tell me what it does and describe it, how it looks.
Absolutely. I've got the list right here.
Perfect.
All right.
Say the number. I have it too.
Okay, so as I cast this spell, the magic fires off, and then you would see kind of some of it like sticks to my hands, and I'm just sort of like wiping my hands down like someone who gets like gasoline lit on fire stuck on their hand, and it's just this acid keeps going, and then suddenly I just look up and I disappear.
Oh no!
And I reappear 60 feet away. And I'm going to reappear right next to Leopold, and just put my hand on his shoulder and be like, I hate it when it does that. Oh boy, go get him! And I'll slap the back of his shell, and I will run 30 feet behind him.
So 30 feet away.
Yes.
Love it. Okay, good.
So I rolled a 30 for everyone's.
That is 90 feet of movement, thanks to your magical teleportation misty step, something in that realm. That's fine. If I really want to know, I would look it up. Leopold.
Wow. Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna follow up that. Leopold, a little bit surprised at the sudden appearance of his companion here, and apparently slaps like acidy hand on his back. I don't know if that has any like effects, but he just looks to the wall of poison and just goes, "That's."
Oh, my voice mod's going weird. Okay,
I was like, who's that?
That's an odd wall of fire. I think I'll keep it. I'll use the classic, and
The ring of fire.
like
Down.
how big is this wall of poison?
It would be,
is it like tightly wrapped
It'd
around
be a
it? Is it?
it would be a 60-foot semicircle that I'd try to put like halfway around it.
Okay.
So another 60-foot semicircle could feasibly close the circle.
Yes, it certainly
Oh
could.
my god.
Should I do that? Or 'cause I'm thinking either I'm gonna close the circle, or I might just do a straight line straight through it, so that it
That's true.
has to choose between fire damage and poison damage. But I'm gonna go with complete the circle. I'm gonna use
Nice.
I'm gonna complete the circle, and he has to do a dex save as I cast Wall of Fire to complete that circle.
Very nice.
All right. So, yeah. All right. I am going to use a legendary resistance to succeed.
Fair enough.
So, do I
Yeah.
take half damage or no damage? What?
When you succeed,
Yeah, half.
half damage. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, tell me how much half damage is, and that's what we'll take.
Half is that was a lot of not good rolls. Half is 10 damage.
10 damage. Okay, not bad. All right, very good. Anything else?
I think. Do I have anything I can do with the bonus action? Yes, I'm going to. So as he casts Wall of Fire by like raising his flame tongue sword, and it seems like the flames on his sword extend and wrap around the frost salamander, and in the same as he's doing that, he starts humming to himself, and it sounded like a very old. Maybe if you met any turtle before, it's probably like an old nursery rhyme that he's humming a tune to, and as he does that, you see like little characters again flowing from his sword, and then spinning around him and wrapping around his shell specifically. As I use Blade Song as my bonus action, my AC bumps up by 5. I can move 10 feet faster, advantage on acrobatics checks, and I have +5 on con saves. I have to do my concentration on spells.
Wow.
Wee.
Awesome.
Very cool.
Awesome.
It is the
Very
fastest
cool.
you've ever seen him move.
It's the fastest turtle in the West.
Yeah.
Excellent. That will bring us to Harm. What are you doing?
Harm's gonna look at the thing that's now completely encircled by acid and fire, and is, I have to run into that. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Harm is just gonna, yeah, fuck it. Harm just gonna jump right through the ring of fire.
Okay. Now, I seem to recall the Ring of Fire mechanics are that you only take damage if you're on one side of it. So you can run up and you feel nothing, and then as soon as you jump through, just yes is on fire.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was that.
Would you rather take fire or acid?
Yeah, I guess that's the choice.
I resist fire, so
Aw.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I resist cold, fire, and poison.
So yeah, take
Oh,
your
you're good.
take your dexterity saving throw,
all right. That dice keeps failing me, so let's do this one.
and it'll be against Leo's dex or your spell save DC.
It's grand
17.
total 16.
Oh.
So you'll take half of the total amount of damage. Leo, if you could roll that again.
I mean, that's another 10. 10 damage.
Nice.
Okay.
That's half. Really.
I can live with that.
Cool. So you fortunately you still take half damage. You could have taken a quarter of the damage, but half isn't bad.
Yeah.
And what are you doing?
As a bonus action, I'm going to spend 3 sorcery points to summon a Hound of Ill Omen.
Yes.
Okay.
And no one can see this because I'm in 2 walls. But from like the shadow that the wall of fire is casting, it like it's behind me, so my shadow's spread out in front of me. From
Mhm.
there, like a shadowy, like wolf pops out with elk horns like mine, and then I think it acts directly after me in initiative. We can double check that. But
Okay.
yes, but part of it, once it has a target, it will always know where that target is if it's within 120 feet. So if this gets away, the wolf can keep tracking it.
Cool. Very cool.
I'm just gonna double check when it goes. Hound of Ill Omen. Why can't I?
For just for ease, let's have it go on your turn, and that way
Yeah,
it can always happen at the same time that your turn hits. So that way, yeah, we can just
There
make
it
that
is.
super
I did
simple.
find it, but yeah, it's supposed to roll its own initiative, but I don't.
Yeah,
yeah.
so we'll just have it roll same initiative as you. How
Cool.
convenient! It got a 20. Awesome, it's going
Wow.
now. Phenomenal. I just ran for it right now in my
coincidence.
head. Amazing. So what are you having your Hound of Ill Omen do?
It's just gonna attack it. It has pack tactics, which is nice.
So if you are in melee range with the creature, it will have advantage, right?
If I'm within 5 feet of the wolf.
Oh, okay. Sure. Is it fair to assume that you would summon it next to you?
Yes.
Perfect. Then it'll have that advantage.
Dope. So going to roll. Okay. That is a total of 17? Yeah? Yeah, I can do math.
17 will hit.
I can do math. I'm good at math.
That is its armor class, is 17.
Oh, buddy. It needs to make a strength saving throw. It'll for sure pass, but just in case it doesn't.
Sure. Let's just see. Okay, what's that DC?
13.
Yeah, it's gonna succeed with a 15.
Yeah, I figured. The wolf is gonna do 9 piercing damage as it bites the salamander. And
Cool.
somehow isn't on fire, even though the salamander's on fire, but don't worry about it. Please don't worry about it.
Okay, if you insist.
I mean, technically, it does take damage.
Here's the
fine.
thing. I don't think the whole salamander is on fire.
it's like
Yeah.
one half of it.
Okay.
I think just
Yeah.
a portion of it, right?
Okay.
It is a 15-foot long creature.
Good point.
I
Yeah.
don't think you have enough oil to cover the entire body of this thing. So it bites something that isn't on fire. A leg. There's plenty of legs. There's like 6 of them.
There's
There's
plenty of
so
legs.
many legs.
There's so many legs. It's okay. It's all good.
Yeah, salamanders got legs.
You know, salamanders have legs sometimes.
Yeah.
And for me, reckless attack, swinging the war pick.
Okay, very good.
I got a dirty 20.
Hell yeah.
10 damage.
Okay, hey, that's not bad. That's not bad.
I could have done better, but I could have done more.
Sure.
I rolled a d6 when I was supposed to roll a d8. Can I?
Yeah, go ahead and re-roll that.
Sorry.
That's not the right die. Re-roll it.
I just
Re-roll it.
realized that was a d6. Less. 8.
I appreciate the honesty. Thank you.
You know, it happens.
Part of the fun of this game is that you rely on rolling dice. So,
Yeah.
the random chance of it is good. Alrighty, anything else for you, Harm?
For my movement, I dove into the fire.
Yeah, you leaped through a wall of fire.
Yeah.
If you would like to move back through the wall of fire, I will make you
No.
take additional damage.
Oh, you won't or will?
No, I will absolutely make you take
Okay.
additional damage.
Yeah.
You know what? The safest place right now is probably just like on the salamander's back or something.
But not the fiery part of the
Not
battle.
the fiery part.
Truly, because it's acid or fire wherever you
I
go.
mean,
Yeah. So if
How
I have
far
any,
away are you
if
from
I
the wall?
right, yeah, if I have any movement left,
So I
If
imagine
it's 60 feet of wall, there's gotta be some space in the middle, which is where the salamander is right now, where you're not actively taking damage from either of the walls, but it's a very small space.
yeah, because
yeah,
we
I'm
would have
gonna-
had to like overlap them significantly for both of our firewalls
Yeah.
to damage it. So there's
Yeah.
the only space is like to be hugging the salamander.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm gonna, if I have any movement left, I'm just gonna jump on that thing's back. If I need to, I'll make an athletics check.
Yes, please do give me an athletics check.
And raging
Um,
so it's at advantage. Which is
Actually, make it a straight roll because
Okay.
it has advantage on saves against being grappled. So
Of
I'm gonna
course.
say that you're just gonna give me a straight roll and that'll negate your advantage.
okay, cool.
Because it's not rolling against it, you're just rolling to see if you can
Yeah.
climb onto it.
That's wait, a 6 or a 9? That's a 9. 9 plus 16.
Oh, I forgot.
Okay. Yeah. So you are able to climb up onto its back and are hanging on to it just barely. It's a little bit precarious where you are, but you are on top of it for the time being, and you feel like you might not get flung off.
Might not.
You feel somewhat confident in your ability to not get flung off.
And I'm assuming the wolf probably can't make that climb. But that's just a guess. It's up to you. What?
I'm gonna say that the wolf only got the one action on its turn, and so that if it moved, it would jump up, but it would have no ability to like cling onto it. And so if the
Gotcha.
salamander moved, it would immediately fall off.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, buddy.
Fair enough. It'll be all right. That brings us to Aluria. Your turn.
All right. I too would like to dive through this wall of fire, but I want to do it like literally dive and like roll and like land really cool on the other
Y'all are
side.
reckless. Okay.
I have started the trend.
Yep.
They're recklessly jumping on the creature. She's recklessly jumping through fire. I'm just down the tunnel.
By the way, for the wall of fire, is that the end of my turn that it does damage again?
Yeah. But you're on top of the back, so you're probably
The
not.
Yeah.
wolf.
Oh,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
it is the end of the turn if you're still within its range, which is 10 feet
That's
from the
true.
firewall.
That's true. Yeah, okay. So, please, is the wolf going to take fire damage or acid damage?
Fire. Yeah.
Okay.
The wolf has
So,
the preference, but
Leo, could you roll more firewall damage?
I mean, you're lucky I've been rolling really badly. It's 15. If it's the maximum is 15 damage.
what's your DC again?
I thought it was 17, but I actually have an item that makes it 18, so it's 18.
Wolf's taking full damage.
Oh.
Okay, so Wolf takes 15 points of fire damage. Cool. The fire wolves have come out.
It's fine. This wolf is weirdly beefy. It's fine. It's...
Okay, good. Everything's good. Great. Wonderful. I love it. L'Oreal, you need to make a dexterity saving throw as you dive through the wall of fire. Or would you prefer to dive through the wall of acid?
I would prefer to dive through the wall of radiant.
I don't have one of those. Try again next time.
Wall of
Hint.
fire.
Fire has lower
obviously.
DC.
Fire. Yeah, fire. Well, also, I'm keeping with
won.
my theme here.
Fair.
That is a 17.
I will use.
He's an 18, isn't it?
I will use my reaction to give you
Oh.
end luck. 1d4
Okay.
added to that.
Oh,
Because
thanks.
it's my sister.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you jump through
So,
the fire without a little extra wild magic chaos.
Yeah. Thanks, bro. So now it's a 21.
That
I
will
rolled a
succeed.
4. Thanks, bro.
You'll take half damage. Drac, how much is that?
8 damage.
Fine.
That's 8. That's half already.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Isn't your
Okay.
fire like 5d8?
Yeah, I'm rolling really bad, which is good, to be honest, with you guys.
With how many of y'all are willingly running through the fire? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a good thing.
I'm cool with it.
I'm gonna play
I'm
as
just
Leopold
surprised.
is like, he's very good at controlling the temperature of his fire, and he sees you guys running into it. He's like, okay, I'm gonna cool it down a little bit. Okay, I'll raise it up.
Love it.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah,
I have a very stupid argument to make.
I'm willing to hear it.
Cool. I have a weapon called Shatter Spike.
Okay.
If I hit an object with it, it's
Yes.
an auto crit.
Okay.
If I were to aim for the salamander's eyes, can
Yes,
I
a
consider
part of
that
its
an
physical
object?
form. Yes.
Does that only count as an object?
I would say that the eyes are part of its being, like part of its body.
Is it wearing a collar or anything?
This is not
Oh,
a
no.
domesticated.
This is
Lizard.
someone's dog.
This is unfortunately
Alright.
a living entity. I appreciate the
Alright.
effort.
No worries. All right, so that's fine. She cracks her knuckles and she's just gonna go pop.
Alrighty, give me those attack rolls.
Yes. Okay, first attack roll. Nice. That is a 16 plus a lot. 24.
24. Yeah, that's gonna hit.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to do fainting attack. I'm going to expend a superiority die and use my bonus action to add the total to the damage roll.
Okay.
So that's a 6 plus 2 plus 4, 6 plus 2, 8 plus 4 is 12. 12 points of bludgeoning damage on the first one.
Alrighty, very good.
And now I have advantage on my second attack because the fainting attack gives that.
Excellent.
Well, 2 fucking 10s. 18.
That's gonna hit.
Oh, it's a 1. 5 points of bludgeoning damage. And I'm going to action surge and do that same thing again.
Alrighty. It is starting to look bloodied as you do this, for the record. It is looking bad.
Oh my god! Okay. I want to rage, but I don't have the rage. So action surge, I get my another bonus action, right?
No.
No, you
No.
just get an additional attack action.
Okay.
And whatever's associated with your attack action.
So that's going to be a 17.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That hits.
Where's my D8 card? Right there. Oh my god, so many ones. Another 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And one more.
Alrighty.
That's not going to hit. That's a 10.
Not quite. No. After this successful round of strikes, it kind of shifts to face you, causing you to miss on this last one as it shifts just ever so slightly out of reach.
Not done.
Okay. All right.
Uh-oh.
Leo, how far would you say you want to be from this circle of fire and acid? If you could put a number on how far you would like to be in order to have cast it.
It's got 120
I'm
foot
trying to
range.
remember like all the movement that's happened right now. 'cause
I think you started your turn about 70 feet away from where the salamander was.
Mhm.
And I think you had moved forward, but I didn't get an exact number of feet from you. And so it could have just been barely. But I just want to know how far you want to go.
I'll say 70. I'll say 70 feet.
You're still at 70 feet? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So here is what happens. The frost salamander is going to turn facing towards you, Aluriel, and also towards the wall of fire behind it, or behind you rather. Also, there's a hound there. There's a hound there for some reason in this same general vicinity.
This big shadow dog with horns, it's fine.
Yeah.
Totally fine. Totally fine.
So the frost salamander has this ability called Burning Fury. Whenever the salamander takes fire damage, its breathing breath automatically recharges. And so it is going to let out another blast of freezing breath.
Cool. Right in the face.
So could I get a Constitution saving throw from the hound in addition to you, Aluriel?
You got it.
Harm, you're on the back. You're safe. Leopold, you are out of range. Enorian, you are out of range. This is just Aluriel and the hound.
25.
Constitution?
Constitution.
Oh, buddy, that's a big old 9.
Okay, so the hound is going to take full damage, but Aluriel, you will take half.
Cool.
So we feel good about that.
Do we?
I feel good about it.
Yeah, I took 51 damage last time.
You really did.
I almost died.
You did.
Cool. This time around, you will take half of 49 damage. The hound is going to take 49 cold damage.
The hound's gone.
With a little yelp, it blinks right back out of existence from whence it came. And you will take 24 points of cold damage.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Totally fine.
However, I am going to say, because of this cone of cold, it is going to temporarily subdue the wall of fire. Not permanently, but enough for it to fly over the top of the wall of fire without taking... I'll say that it gives it advantage on the saving throw, as the flames are subdued somewhat.
Opportunity attack?
You will get an opportunity attack.
I'm riding it.
Yes, you are riding the frost salamander safely out of the circle.
Oh no way.
They're just holding on. They're just holding on for dear life.
Oh my god, that delivery was perfect. I'm writing it.
Almost imagine them actually saying that, like, I'm on here.
I want it, please wait.
It is not dexterous enough to make the save on that spell save, so it will take full damage on the wall of fire, in addition to Aluriel's attack of opportunity.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh wait, whose wall of fire? Mine or
Your wall of fire.
my?
Yeah,
my
yours,
wall of fire.
yours, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll
Yep.
Oh, no,
the
that's
L's.
not good though. 10
Not the
damage.
acid wall.
10 damage.
I'm still
Okay.
not rolling great.
Dang. That's full damage.
Yeah. I'm not rolling great.
Wow.
I rolled 3 2s,
Okay.
1 1, and
Okay.
a 1 3.
Oof.
Wow.
Oof. That's rough.
It's rough.
Okay. As this happens, Aloriel, you swing trying to get this creature as it flies overhead, and it just goes out of your reach due to how high the ceiling in this chamber is. It does take some damage from Leopold's wall of fire, and it lands and begins to burrow into the ice and rock at the bottom
no.
of the chamber where it lands. Now probably about 40 feet away from where you are, Leopold, and that's 70 feet away from you, Honorian, and it is your turn.
Okay.
Can you guys still hear me? Because my computer just had a heart attack, I guess.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Yeah, no,
We
Yep,
can still hear you.
Hear and
And-
see you.
Cool. Yeah, all my windows and tabs just kind of closed all of a sudden.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
Oh, no.
Nice.
You're still here.
I just tried to
Still
open a
here.
calculator and it didn't like that.
You love to see it.
First things first, I'm going to use 2 sorcery points to quicken cast because I want to save my action if I need to use that banishment scroll. And I'm going to run forward until I'm going to run forward 15 feet.
Okay.
I'm going to cast a 4th level chromatic orb, and I will once again use my Tides of Chaos. So if you would like, I can do my wild magic right after
One
this.
more, please. Yep.
Absolutely. Why the fuck not?
Same deal as last time. Oh, it's also going to take an additional 5 damage from being on fire.
I always just
And I think that ends now, by the way. That's
Yeah.
the last time it takes that damage.
I love to just assume the wild magic happens.
Yeah.
All right, so give me that advantage. I needed it. Well, actually, probably did, but it's fun. Actually, no, I did need it. That's 23 on the chromatic orb.
23 is going to hit.
That'll be 20 points of acid damage. And let me roll the wild magic surge.
Okay.
Bubbles.
Someone has a favorite.
Every time we play, bubbles show up.
I don't like the bubbles. She loves the bubbles.
I do like bubbles.
I just remembered I still have mirror image, so there's 4 harm.
Right in the back.
I'm
There's a
sorry.
party.
I'm sorry, Shannon, but we are no longer twins.
What do you mean we're no
What?
longer twins? What the hell?
So as I cast this this chromatic orb again, the swirling
potted
circle of of
fucking
energy
potted
shoots out, and if anyone's looking at me, I rapidly age 10 years.
Oh my god.
Oh, boy.
Honestly, it probably happened before, so now you're like 20 years
All
old.
at once, I just wrinkles crow's feet. I'm just like, oh no.
Oh, y'all are elves though, right?
Yeah.
That's true, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get 1 gray hair.
Yeah, it's like, and I lose
One.
it.
Yep. Yeah.
No
So-
one will
so-
ever know.
Throwing a hissy fit, and I love it.
All right.
As you can feel your physical form aging, and as you notice this 1 gray hair and subsequently become very upset about it, you also see in front of you as this creature is defeated by your chromatic orb of acid. It is that's it. So what does this look like as you take out this ice elemental creature with acid?
Okay. Well, I guess it's starting to burrow, and because of my features, I also don't cover doesn't matter for my spells. So I imagine the orb just kind of does a zoop, bam, and hits it right down and splashes across. And I think there's just sort of this noxious smelling steam that comes off that has the same ozone odor that's been coming off of it, mixed with just like the sound of ice cracking and melting and all of these different sounds of the elemental chaos within it as it just sort of starts to burn away on its back as it slowly dies.
Excellent.
Or fat quickly dies. It quickly dies.
It's pretty quickly before
Yeah.
it can escape. Yeah. Wonderful. Well, hey, that brings us out of initiative as Harm, the creature you've been riding, suddenly stops moving. It's no harm to yourself, for the record. And let's go ahead and just for the sake of time, because we're starting to get late, let's go ahead and kind of wind down with what next things are y'all looking to accomplish with your characters, related to this particular quest, or perhaps not.
First, I'm going to give this driver a 1 star on.
That's fair.
The music was terrible.
On Fantasy Uber.
All right. Wouldn't let me plug my aux cord in.
Took 3 left turns into walls of fire and acid. Would not recommend.
Yeah, I'm just gonna help people look for families somewhere. You know, the ones that aren't dead, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. What about you, Leopold?
Leopold is definitely going to look for the townsfolk, and if you can, like, very, not specifically, because of course he cares, he wants to get all of the townsfolk, but I think he's especially looking out for anyone that resembles Linnae, because now that I think about it, he did not get Linnae's parents' names, so he's looking purely on what resemblance. I'm looking for anyone that might be related to Linnae.
All right. And what about for Aluriel and Honorian? What would you might want to do next?
I want to go back south where it is warm. Please.
And
Brother.
and
Mon frère.
I would like to stay in the north and learn from this.
I
old
want to go
gnome.
set up my vineyard.
We'll
love
get.
it.
Well, this is where we're getting our seed money for your vineyard.
One more adventure. One more.
One more adventure.
That is it.
Then we go
we're
home.
doing another adventure.
And tune in next time. Anyway, wonderful. So let me give us a little epilogue here. So, as a party, you go and you look to help find and locate some of the survivors from Snowdale. Not everyone made it out, but after a couple of days of searching, you're able to find someone that you successfully identify as Linnae's mother. And her mother will return to Snowdale to find Linnae curled up in a ball in the basement with a somewhat irate squirrel. You having successfully gathered the requested parts of this creature for Aendir to study, return to where you left the tower on the edge of Farsala, where you find his tower has moved about 30 feet, but is still there in the same general vicinity. This time it is visible when you approach. And he is grateful, paying you in full, and asking for a rendition of your adventures. Afterwards, you may choose to go your separate ways. You may choose to do one more job here in the north, but you have successfully fought something that no other adventurers have ever faced, and you have successfully made a difference in the life of one little girl and her mother. And that is where we will end our adventure today. Let's go around and do a quick round of who you are and what you have to share, where folks can find you, and if you had a favorite moment, perhaps that someone else's character did, I would love to hear that shared as well. So let's go in the same order that we went earlier, starting with Drac and going clockwise.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Draconix, or Drac for short. Today I was playing Leopold, or I think what everyone watching is considered a friend, so you can call him Leo. Um, I'm streaming all over the place. I do a lot of TTRPG like campaigns and one shots and stuff. You can find me tomorrow over on Vanna's channel on Twitch in a round with the Frost Maiden campaign at 3 p.m. Eastern. Usually it's at 3 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays. Tomorrow is going to be 2 p.m. Eastern because I don't know how to schedule things. And right after that, I think it's 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to be over on the Roll20 Twitch channel
Nice.
where I'm going to be playing in a it's the indie showcase, so we're going to be playing like indie TTRPGs, and the one I'm playing in is called Keeper of the Cards, which is a magical girl TTRPG, which I'm very excited about. You can also find me on Wednesdays over at Rule of Law. That's Rule of Law LORE on Twitch from 9 p.m. Eastern to 12 p.m. Eastern. I'm playing in a Cypher System campaign called Infinite Horizon, where I play a time-traveling lizard alien, which is a lot of fun. It's like a sci-fi superheroes mashup. It's very cool. Every other Thursday, you can find me over on Scrib the Bard's channel at 6 p.m. Eastern to 9 p.m. Eastern, where I play another D&D campaign called Heroes of Eostera, where I play a Wolfforged monk. He follows the way of the Ash yourself. It's very fun. A JoJo reference. I'm not gonna deny it. And well, you can also he can hear my voice in an actual play podcast I'm in called Super Idols RPG, which is I don't know. I have a thing about magical girls. Apparently, there's a kind of a combination of magical girls and pop idols mushed together. It's a masked actual play. You can hear my voice playing a character called Jaden Lott, and that comes out on YouTube on Erin Ceris's channel every third Sunday of the month. I think that's everything I'm doing. There's some other things that are happening soon that I don't know if I'm allowed to announce yet. So just follow me on Twitter at Draconics. That's DRAKONIQUES, and I'll probably tweet or at least retweet the details about that. But yeah, that's everything I do.
Phenomenal. Thank you. And I'm not going to mandate it, but if you would like to share a favorite moment from the session, perhaps something that someone else's character did, be my guest.
I feel like every interaction with Harm and an animal has just been hilarious. It was just ridiculous.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely second that. Shannon.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shannon. My pronouns are she, her, and you can find me on all social media at sroby25. This is my nerd home here in Paradise. I normally play our party rogue Scarlet on Monday nights for Advantage in Paradise, which is on hiatus, but we'll be back in 2 weeks after I DM next Monday. That's a week from today, guys, right? Like a week? Like
You're gonna kill it.
7 days?
It's gonna be
You're gonna
great.
crush it.
It's not long at all. So this time next week, I'll be taking the Paradise Boys through the Arcane Scholar Carriage adventure, and I started planning encounters yesterday, and I'm very pleased with myself so far. So tune in for that, 7 p.m. Eastern next Monday. There's something else I was gonna say, and I totally forgot. So hopefully, Shaw will pick it up. Great game, everybody. Oh, favorite moment. Leo and the little girl, hands down, favorite moment. That was such a beautiful scene and went right after my teacher heart.
I'm glad I did it justice. I definitely thought of Leopold as like an old professor kind of deal, so I think
Totally.
that was fun.
Yeah,
Great scene.
That was a great scene.
Great scene.
Alrighty, Lex.
Hi, I'm Call Me They. I don't have as long of a list of things I do because I'm just starting TTRPG stuff. But I have my Twitter where I'm always sharing opinions that I shouldn't have. I'm making third-party content for 5th edition, making subclasses and some races and lore and all the good stuff. I'm about to launch a Patreon once I get that done, so that's on its way. If you want to support a Black person during Black History Month, I'm just throwing that out there. Support Black creators. Also, I have a YouTube channel. Like I said, with a series called Backstory and Chill. That is relatively new, but like I said, telling stories of characters to help players have more original ideas for backstories from different class and class combos. Harm is actually gonna get their own episode. Like I think they're 4 characters away from now, but Harm's getting their own episode, so that'll be cool. You
Nice.
can learn more about this very deep and well thought out character. And also, shirt, the shirt.
Links in chat.
Links
The
in
link
chat, folks.
Buy it.
Apparently,
Pick it up.
exclamation point Lex puts the link in chat, which
Uh-huh.
is pretty cool. Yep. Racism is boring. I have not found anything that makes racists angrier than telling them they're boring. Not anything. So yeah, that stuff. This has been really fun. Thank you for inviting me. This is my first live streamed D&D game, so that was fun.
Ooh, you did great.
Oh, thank
Very
you.
good.
Favorite moment. Well, and I appreciate that Josh was able to go with my bullshit. Because I just said stuff and he just went with it, and that was pretty good. That was pretty cool. And also Leopold with Lene. That was just, I was gonna cry if we kept going. Honestly, that was really good. Yeah, it was great. Y'all are good, and I can't wait till next time I get to guest on someone's thing. This was really fun.
Awesome. Sean.
Folks, Sean, DM / sometimes producer over at Paradice RPG. This is our this is our first like pretty big foray into having a lot of guests onto the channel. We've done it, trickled it in over the last few months with Stefan's one shots. So this was a really, super exciting game to play in, to have some new folks on the channel that we absolutely want to have back at some point in one or many forms, however fits everyone's schedules and opportunities. Shannon and I are also play in a Friday night stream that's coming back soon called The Scales Above over on Roll for Damage, which is an Australian channel. That should be pretty exciting. We have 2 more one-shot specials before our show returns on Mondays, and then even more one-shot specials that'll happen after that. Hopefully we can get some of the same folks back and some new folks back, or new folks to newly come and join us. And the 2 that we have left, Shannon already mentioned one, which is her very exciting one-shot. And then, of course, we have Duval coming on the Saturday of the 13th to do an awesome one-shot as well. And then we will be back.
That one. I just remembered. I'm in that.
Yes, Drac will be back for that. So
Drac will be back.
I'm so appreciative of the way that you all were playing. Absolutely great role playing across the board. I'm so excited to have all these characters now be canon in my world. They of course are your characters through and through forever, but they will wander Aradun for many years to come. My favorite part of tonight was, of course, as everyone said, Leopold's tender moment with Lene. Just can't beat that. Pure, what TTRPG actual plays is about is that kind of great level of connection. And then equally also what TTRPGs are about is the ability to improv a scene like Harm and their amazing squirrel frenemy, who they accidentally taught the concept of names to, and then of course Harm and Aluniel running into fire, because who gives a fuck? It was amazing. So thank you so much, everyone. This was such a fun game.
Yeah, awesome. I will bring us home. My name is Josh. I'm a freelance tabletop game designer and a variety streamer here on Twitch. I do have a charity game coming up. It's a charity stream on Sunday, February 7th with a number of really cool people. We'll be playing 2 back-to-back games. The first one is called Oops, All Warlocks.
Nice.
It'll
Love
be
it.
I
a group of
cannot
all warlocks. And the second one is called Oops, All Monks. It's a group of all monks.
Yes.
And
I'm
the
so-
2 are connected. They are connected.
Oh.
The story is continuing from one session to the next. So
That's really cool.
you just watch as I pull my hair out for 8 hours straight.
It's a
It's
lot.
gonna be a real good time. But we are raising money for the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund. Super excited about that. I've got some amazing people involved. So definitely come and join us if you can. We're starting at 2 p.m. Eastern time. I think. I'm pretty sure it's 2 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll be going game, 30-minute break, game, and until we're done there. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Most of my shows are like on hiatus right now. I've got some things coming up in the near future that I can't talk about yet. But if you want to check out Rust content, Rust is the survival video game that I've been playing a lot of recently. On the Nerd Gumbo server run by Felicia Day and friends. So that's been a lot of chaotic fun. I'm the assistant director of ambassadors at Jasper's Game Day. We've got events coming up in March, and I think we've got more after that too. I would have to double check the event schedule. But stay tuned to my Twitter for all kinds of updates. You can follow me across all social media platforms at Joshua M. Simons. It's been a delight to run the game for you all. It's been a delight to hang out here and hopefully tell a good story. I hope y'all enjoyed it.
100%.
I did.
My-
Yeah.
Definitely.
My favorite moment was almost bringing myself to tears, role-playing a small child.
No.
It was pretty great, and it was just how Drac handled it. It was so good.
Mm.
Yeah. As we go, probably should have said this at the top, and that's on me for forgetting it. But it is Black History Month, and so I would like to affirm very clearly and very loudly: A, your racism bores me, but also B, Black Lives Matter. They always have, they always will, and if you're not okay with that,
See ya.
you might find a new hobby.
Yep.
That's all I've got.
Night, everybody.
Night.
Love you.